30 seconds past when I wanted to start. Never mind. Good morning, everyone. We do have a quorum just, so nobody move, nobody breathe, and nobody leave. Welcome to the 17th of August 2021 Infrastructure Operations Committee meeting. We've got a fairly decent agenda in front of us, so let's make sure we can move through that with good collegial debate and conversation and decisions. No. Excuse me. I have a couple of apologies. I have an apology from Mangai Norm. He has a sick child at home he's tending to. Possible apologies for Councillor Kesh. We'll give her... Oh, here she is. Hi, Kesh. Welcome. And partial apologies for Mayor Southgate. Are there any other apologies for early departure?
One for Gallagher for lateness.
No, but he's here now. But
he's not actually here.
well, he is. I can see him, so he's here. So with that, I'll move that those apologies be received. Seconded by Councillor Bunting. All those in favour? Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Right, confirmation of agenda. It is as you see it. There's a run sheet on your tables and there hasn't been any changes to date. So with that, I'll confirm that the agenda, I'll move that the agenda be received. Seconded by Councillor Wilson. All those in favour? Any against? That's carried. We've got Councillor Thompson on Zoom. Any declarations of interest? There being none. Right, now we go on to the public forum. Now we have quite a long list of speakers in the public forum today. You members, they're all on your sheet with the items that they'll be speaking to. And because of the long list, we are restricting speakers, unfortunately, to 3 minutes to get through everybody. Most of you, I can see, are familiar faces in the chamber, but the timer is up there. If you want to leave time for questions, you'll have to speak for like 2 minutes and leave us 60 seconds for questions, but it's entirely up to you. It's your chance to talk to us. All right, so first up is Michelle Ames, and Michelle is speaking on items 9 and 10, Innovating Streets, and there's also a written submission from Michelle down at the back of our agendas. Good morning, Michelle. Welcome.
Good morning, Angela. Yes, I'll be quick. My name is Michelle Ames. I was a senior Crown prosecutor in the UK for almost 20 years, so hopefully that will add weight to my first point on the dangers of closing Rose Trevor Street. I did read the 110 pages report yesterday, and the goal was met on safety because it didn't cause congestion, which sort of missed the obvious that if you close Ross Trevor Street, you have to turn right down Tristram Street. And then if you want to get to Seddon Park, which is a big venue and has lots of fixtures, then you have to turn right when there is no filter to turn right. So you've got oncoming traffic. It's something that's very common in the UK, but less common here. And also the lanes are very higgledy-piggledy down Tristram Street, as you all know. So turning right and overtaking are the two most dangerous things you can do as a driver. And in my view, would be a juxtaposition with your zero vision policy about bringing accidents down to nothing. So the frustration as well that I noticed in the report that was felt by drivers who found every time I drove past it, which was very regularly, when there wasn't an event there, it was dead. So you are causing that danger to road users turning right consistently. And I think we were very lucky that there wasn't an accident during the operation of the Innovated Streets trial. Second point, the failures of the council feedback system. I emailed, heard nothing in May. Emailed again. Eventually, I rang up because I'm one of these people that likes to get an answer, being an ex-prosecutor. I finally found this amazing person called Lisa Listen, who found out that all my emails were being blocked due to your IT system, but it wasn't bouncing them back. So I had no idea. Now, we have resolved it now because Lisa was amazing. However, I must point out that your, I think, 121 negative comments, 96 positive comments are perhaps not the total picture, because there are going to be other very busy people who I've just sent you one email, yes, and who think you have received that. And so perhaps in the future you can get your IT to bounce emails back if you're going to block them. The third point is the wider picture. Most of that's dealt with in my written submission, and obviously the wider picture would be pertinent to smart cities, the UN Agenda 10 and 13, which, if you look at the emission trading schemes in New Zealand, would make it very unnecessary to move cars out of the city centre because you've got the emission trading scheme. And if you don't believe that CO2 is a pollutant and you believe that there is a wider agenda, then you can read my submission on that point and ask me any questions. I will be available on email, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Michelle, for coming and talking to us today. Thank you, and we do have your written submission, as I said. Sorry, there won't be any questions on that one, committee members, but there aren't any anyway. Right, let's move on to Judy McDonald. Good morning, Judy. I don't need to tell you about the process. It's nice to see you.
Right. As any journalist or marketer knows, publicity works. In case of the Innovating Streets projects, the media ensured it was almost totally negative. I would like to add some personal observations. Firstly, Rostrevor Street. The Waikato Times featured a photo taken after a weekend of severe weather, so the road was covered in fallen leaves and the area looked derelict. The only reporting of many of the excellent events that took place largely occurred on social media. With regard to complaints about access and parking, there are no businesses located in the section of road that was closed. There are multiple detours around that section, at least 3 directly off Norton Road and others via Anglesey Street. Access to businesses in the rest of Rostrevor Street and King Street was not impacted by the minor delays, apart from the minor delays for drivers. The majority of businesses between Tristram and Vialoo have their own off-street parking, as can be seen on Google Maps. The closed section of the street accommodates 30 parked cars at a maximum. The section of the street that was closed does not provide parking for shoppers or visitors to businesses. On Wednesday, August the 11th, I photographed it at 7:20 and 7:40 a.m. At 7:20, there were 21 cars in place. At 7:40, it was completely filled. These vehicles belong to office workers in the CBD and are parked there all day because parking is free all day, a rarity in the inner city. Many of the complaints about the Rostrevor Street closure are directed at the loss of 30 parking spots that are filled all day by local workers and the minor inconvenience to drivers of having to take a small detour around a short section of road. Apparently, some local businesses expect the public to provide and maintain on-street parking for their staff despite the risks created for the most vulnerable of road users, cyclists, pedestrians and mobility aid users. I support option 4, close the road, as the best long-term safety and environmental option. Ward Street. I support option G, retain the changes in the trial layout as the cheapest and most environmentally sustainable option. The cycle lanes were retained after significant public demand on July the 12th. In its current state, with the cycle lanes intact, there are 16 parks. In the previous state, there were 40. The 2 largest and most popular businesses in this section of Ward Street, the Warehouse and the Burger King Kmart complex, have off-street underground parking for their clients. The computer business, halfway down the street, also provides on-site parking. 2 food businesses stated that their trade increased when the traffic was reduced. The main complainants are the baby supplies firm, the tyre shop, which has parking behind its premises for 5 vehicles plus drive-in facilities for tyre changes, and the occupants of the PwC building, which provides no on-site parking at all. In all cases, the businesses concerned are at a very small distance from 2 major parking buildings, Bryce and Anglesey Street. The protests about parking, encouraged by some senior council members, relate to 24 car parks. Given the thousands available in the CBD, this seems ridiculous when weighed against the safety advantages possible with the final development of Ward Street. The final project would involve levelling the street, building out proper footpath and cycleway extensions and creating permanent planting. The changes would make life vastly safer for the many cyclists and pedestrians in the city who often have no choice in their mode of transport and are at significant risk. I am angered by the desire to preserve the status quo at all costs, especially when it relies on misinformation and bias. We need a sustainable future for all Hamiltonians, rather than kowtowing to business interests. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Sorry, can I just clarify you were in support of option G?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. Well done on that timing. Right, well, now we've got Brett, and Brett is going to be speaking to item 8, which is the Hamilton City Achievement Report for Road to Zero. Good morning, Brett.
Good morning.
Welcome.
I'm not quite really sure what I'm talking about,
Oh,
but I'm talking about reduced speed limits and bicycle lanes around in general.
yeah, okay.
So, yep, good morning. I have two topics. Firstly, setting of the reduced speed limits in the city. So let's take Barton Street. There are a lot of shops, people crossing, it's pretty short. Now it's reduced to 30 kilometres, not a problem. Most people go pretty slow. Then take Knox Street. It's a very wide street, no shops, very few people, 30 kilometres wide. Never see anyone going 30 kilometres down there, I don't. It's an unreasonably slow limit. So what I'm asking for is the council, when it comes to reducing speed limits, ask, is it necessary and will it be followed? Otherwise, the council is just setting people up to fail with unrealistic low levels. My second issue is around bicycle lanes, which I'm in favour of in general. I see the council has a stupid idea of turning Cook Street into a bicycle lane corridor. One, lots of uni students already live near the university. Two, there's already a bicycle lane from the city to the uni via Clyde Street. Three, I'm not going to bike further to use Cook Street when Clyde Street is a more direct route. Four, what a waste of money. 12.5 million a kilometre, far out, are you joking? This is Hamilton Council's Auckland Harbour Bridge crossing. Lastly, no doubt there'll be overinflated estimated numbers of cyclists that will use the corridor to justify the cost that is never achieved. Take the Claudelands Bridge, the 2019 report that said that 600 cyclists use that bridge a day and 150 an hour at peak hour. Yeah, I never see that many. 3 weeks ago on a Thursday from 4:30, 5:30 I counted bicycles. There were 30 in 1 hour, and on the Friday from 3:30 to 4:30 there were only 13. It was overcast on both days. I'm sure there will be more or less depending on the weather. I would rather the money was spent on things like playgrounds, etc. The council needs to stop wasting our money. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. There are no questions, so thank you very much.
Cool.
Right, our next speaker in the forum is Simon, and Simon's from Go Eco, so speaking to items 9 and 10 as well. Good morning, Simon.
Good morning. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Simon Gascoigne toko ingoa. Go Eco Waikato toko mahi. We're a voice for the environment, a centre for learning, and a catalyst for change, with a vision of healthy environments and thriving communities. We present in relation to the Innovating Streets project. We would like to acknowledge the challenges that have arisen from this project and the feedback that the Council has received. But we would wish to remind the Council of the overarching goal, to help us reimagine how our streets and our city might function for all, for cyclists, motorists, pedestrians and business, where more people, families and elders live in the city centre in a low-carbon future. The issues of climate change and space constraints are making decisions more difficult and challenging for you, our elected representatives, especially when we are trying to change with current infrastructure. We need to ensure our city is prepared for livability and safety with fewer cars and more biking and walking opportunities. More electric cars will not solve all these issues. Good, thoughtful design helps considerably. Change does not always come easily, and the expression of results is often delayed. But as reported, Innovating Streets found that the perception of cyclist safety increased markedly, and this is a critical first step to cyclists wanting to use the streets. We rely on the Council to prioritise and invest in the infrastructure that allows us to change. So Council must take courage and invest in the infrastructure that allows us, so Council must take change and show leadership, signalling and communicating widely, well in advance, to be consistent with our climate obligations. We also take this opportunity to remind fellow citizens we need to innovate too. We need to take the bus, e-bikes, scooters, and to walk. We need to spend time reflecting as to how we can make these personal changes ourselves. And then we need to be bold. We need to jump in and try out these new innovations. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Great, thank you very much, Simon. Thank you, sign holders. That was a felt like a long 3 minutes, didn't it? Good shoulder workout. Next speaker is Richard from Bike Waikato, and he's also speaking on items 9, 10, and the General Manager's report, item 14. Good morning, Richard.
Morning.
Nice to see you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk on behalf of the Bike Waikato members and the biking community. It's always good to be here in front of you to have something to say. And I think it's safe to say that we all understand that there's no one size that fits all of us when it comes to personal mobility. So with that in mind, we should probably remember that a bike lane doesn't necessarily safely protect its users and provide them access, or a pedestrian crossing doesn't provide people a safe place to cross the road if it is in the wrong location or doesn't have an end goal in mind. What it ends up doing is putting their safety at risk, giving them an excuse to do something else which might then cause them harm. So just because we've provided a facility doesn't necessarily mean it's the right one, and that maybe we need to be providing more than one to provide the users with a safe way to get around our city. These are ideas that we can be providing to not just Innovating Streets, but to places like Crosby Road, to the Claudelands Heafy Terrace intersection. So in a case of when we provide facilities and improvements for people, just providing one thing is not going to make everybody happy, just as we've found out that providing one thing that was not necessarily there before sometimes does not make everybody happy, and we have to work through that. And so I think it's interesting to note that on particularly, but not necessarily just the Innovating Streets projects, the people that have benefited from the changes that we make don't necessarily stand up and talk to us and tell us how they have benefited. They go about their daily business with that extra mobility that has been provided to them. Whether on the extreme it's exaggerated or it's valid, we quite often hear about the people that are disadvantaged by the changes that we're making for extra mobility and access for people around our cities. What then happens is we make more changes, and often that is at the sacrifice of the improvements that we've provided to those silent majority or minority who now have more access. So I think I'd like you to remember that we are discussing this particularly in Innovating Streets, information and data that has been taken on less than 10% of the year in terms of a change. And by running a trial, we monitor what those changes are going to be and how they impact us. And finally, I'd like to echo the Madam Chair's report comments on the fact that we're not the only city that's making these changes. There are so many other places around the world that are coming up with the same problems. They have the same public that are benefiting and disbenefiting from these changes. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel, but we do need to look at how we are going to have those conversations and admit that there are some changes we need to make. Let's not let a street be a street for too long. Let's recognise that a street is there for public use, not just cars, and that we can provide a place for people to use and make our city thrive.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. All right, our next speaker and final speaker next speaker, not final one, is, do I not? Oh no, Phil Evans has presented a written one, hasn't he? Joe. Oh no, not Wayne. Yes, no, Joe. Sorry, kia ora, good morning. This is the Enderley Community Trust, and they're speaking to item 14, the GM's report. Good morning, welcome.
Hey, good morning. Tuatahi e mihi ana ki te atua, nāna nei ngā mea katoa. Ki te kingi Māori tū heitia, tōna wao, tōna karo nei hana, e mihi ana ki oia, o tira ki ngā mate, haere atura, ngā tini mate ki a rātou tātou te hunga ora ki a tātou tēnā tātou katoa. Mauri ora.
Kia ora whānau. Just want to thank first and foremost the council for our Rugby posts our first picnic tables in our community, but also too new lino and our dining area and our kitchen. Also work whānau.
We're here to speak on item 14, infrastructure projects within our community. When we first submitted, we had a number of letters of support for these community projects, which is basically our community sharing with us we want a safer community. We want our well-being to be number one. We want safer streets for our kids. Currently, our children from Insole Primary School are dodging cars to get across the road to the centre. Our children from Fairfield College are running across Peach Grove Road with no safety measures in place. And so the community and other stakeholders are really passionate about these projects, and we've been working with the staff to be able to who have actually come up with creative ways to be able to work these projects into other work streams. So we thank council staff and councillors for their support.
For our well-being is really important for our community, especially when our kids and stuff like that are unsafe with pedestrian crossings and speed bumps. It's going to slow everything down. There's so many times that they're running from one side to the other and just getting missed by vehicles. We see it every day, and it's some pretty clear misses.
We've prioritised the first project, which is the Martin Road pedestrian crossing, which comes out of an alleyway which the children take every day. Once that gets done, we're going to actually have a dance party and do a video on our social media with it. So if you want to see Joe dancing, I encourage you to support these projects. You can't pay money for this, so yeah, that's us.
We'd pay money for Councillor Bunting to dance with you.
Would Joe?
Yeah. And yeah, that's us. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, thank you. 31 seconds, Councillor Bunting.
Just a very quick question to say, is it okay if I say thank you for all the great advocacy you guys are doing? That's all. I didn't want to take the mickey, but I think you're doing a great job.
Yeah, no, very appropriate. Thank you. Thank you for everything you do for your community. Right, our final speaker in the public forum today is Horiana. Good morning. And what item is Horiana speaking to? Innovating Streets. Excellent.
Tēnā tātou, I'm Horiana Henderson. I'm grateful to be here to be able to speak to Innovating Streets because I myself have had a few feelings about it, and I know that other people in the community have as well. I have a Bachelor of Media Arts degree, so I'm in favour of initiatives that bring more art creativity to the city. I think Boone is a great example of that and how this can be done successfully. Most of the public feedback I've seen and heard relating to council's cycling and transport infrastructure decisions, including regarding the Innovating Streets program, has been negative. I myself did go down Ward Street with my family to try and support local businesses in the CBD because that's what we do, it's close to our home. And it was a really negative experience, and I couldn't wait to be out of that space because of the way that it made me feel being in our car. It felt unsafe, it was confusing, it was frustrating, and because I have choices, then I chose to go somewhere else, and I think that is taking us in the wrong direction, away from supporting our CBD and supporting our local businesses here. So a lot of negativity out in the community exists around the way that Innovating Streets was implemented, and has been around not feeling heard by council. The Innovating Streets projects are an NZTA-sponsored initiative driven by an ideology that is about a lot more than just creating cool spaces in the city. The events that were held on West Trevor Street were great, but they could have happened in a number of places in the city. NZTA's Keeping Streets Cities Moving strategy states influencing travel demand and transport choices. Changing behaviour may also require a mix of incentives and disincentives, or push and pull factors to either discourage use of private vehicles by making them less attractive relative to other options, or making people more aware of their options and incentivising them to try something new. This may include parking policies, pricing, travel planning and education. My understanding is that the Innovating Streets program is designed to slow traffic down and therefore creates congestion. NZTA and Hamilton City Council, as the initiators and adopters of the program, are intentionally attempting to push drivers out of cars. This takes two things that I'm averse to having taken from Hamiltonians: choice and time. Providing safer cycling options for those who choose that mode of transport is important. I'm really uncomfortable, however, with our council and NZTA trying to deliberately make it harder for Hamiltonians who are just trying to get themselves and their families from point A to point B. Encouraging people to transition away from car dependency is good, but it should be done without coercion. As far as I'm concerned, coercive leadership is failed leadership. I'm also concerned about the cost. Council is proposing that we commit to $900 million in cycling infrastructure over 30 years and wants to spend $34 million on what Councillor Rob Pascoe referred to as the Cook Street Student Cycle Highway alone in the short term. 1% of trips made within the city are made by bike, but 100% of the bill would be sent to the people whether they want it, like it, can or can't afford it, and whether they can use it or not. Claudelands Bridge was changed for cycling. I rarely see cyclists on it. Cycle stands were installed around my home at 5 Crossroads. I rarely see cycles in them. Ward Street was altered for cycling, but according to Councillor Jeff Taylor's social media post last night saying the data shows no more cyclists used Ward Street as a result of the Innovating Streets trial. And less than half as many pedestrians used it, with many residents still financially impacted. The debt level high in the city, inflation high.
We need to fairly treat people, and you're a minute over, so I think that's done for the day.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Right, that was the last of our public forum speakers. Let's move on to item 5. Item 5. I'm in the wrong place. Confirmation of the minutes of the 8th of June 2021 Infrastructure Operations Committee. I will move that those minutes are a true and accurate record. Seconded by Councillor Wilson. Are there any issues raised on the minutes? Councillor Gallagher?
Was there.
You're there, yes,
Am I
as
there?
Deputy Chairperson, Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah,
And then
okay.
it
Sorry,
says you took the seat
that's all-
tonight.
Sorry, I assumed I was just a member. It's all right.
No,
I was in that illustrious...
you were.
Yeah, so that's the
You
eye.
received chocolates and flowers.
All right, thank you.
It was. Right, so that's been moved and seconded, and noting that Councillor Hamilton has joined us from space, or the northern part of the world, yes? All those in favour? Any against? That's carried, thank you. Right, now we're on to item 6, the Chair's report, full of pretty pictures, because I find that they're a bit easier. Took me forever to get them onto a Word document. Yes, much. Look, I'll just briefly, obviously, welcome to Councillor Sarah Thompson as the new Deputy Chair of this committee. We have been meeting regularly, and as we all know Sarah well, she's keeping me in tow, not the other way round. We went on a bike ride, and that was fun. We did the proposed Unilink, or both sides, or both routes, or something. And she took great care of me, as you can see in that photo. I am still alive. I think I've sort of given a verbal update or email update on the Walk to Seoul virtual conference. It was really, really good, and as noted from Richard and Bike Waikato that in his public forum, Innovating Streets or similar exercises are happening all around the world. I particularly took note of on page 26, 26 and 27, those, one of the plenary sessions from United States architect around those integrated ecosystem buildings, I thought was pretty fascinating, and would certainly be an iconic building if anyone in New Zealand built something like that. So that was just food for thought. And of course, we all know we won the award for the New Zealand Excellence Award for Environmental Wellbeing, and we had cake the other day and celebrated with the team. They did a fantastic job. And then lastly, on my Chair's report, Unfortunately, we are saying farewell to Jason Harrison. I had hoped by the time my chair's report was sent out that somebody would say, no, he's changed his mind, but he hasn't. So I just wanted to thank you, Jason. You've been here as long as I have, I think. You've grown a much longer beard since I've known you. But you are an incredibly sincere person, and your way of dealing over the years, in my experience with difficult issues, you're always the calm person in the room. So I really appreciate you and wish you all the best for your future. So yeah, any questions or comment on my chair's report, Councillor Gallagher?
I can assure Dave McPherson that photo on 28, I'm not the gentleman in that photo. I'll leave it. But look,
1910 New York.
hey, the Seoul conference sounds really amazing and interesting, and a lot of international thinking, and great the power of Zoom and online stuff to connect people for those kind of events. That's fantastic. I just want to totally emphasise, if I may, you farewell to Jason, and I'm sure I speak with, we totally endorse what our chair has said, and you've been amazing, frankly. You've been amazing. Wish you well.
Councillor Pascoe?
Councillor Maxine and I have been trying to work out how we can get some nice photos into the finance chair's report rather than graphs but it'll be a work in progress anyway. But look, I'd like to use the opportunity also to add to your comments about Jason. I first came across Jason when, with the late Councillor Philip Young, we were working with residents on the Huntington exits, and the great outcome that we got in a community environment with that. More recently, with residents around Gordonton Road and Stoneleigh, and we haven't quite got there yet, but and Jason's departure is probably going to make it a little more difficult to get a really good outcome. And Jason also helped me enormously demystify the internal accounting of the organisation around how we accounted for the trial CBD parking, and I really thank him for that. The roading techos and that talk about, and engineers talk about road calming measures, but I would like very much to add around Jason. Jason's attribute to this has been people calming, and I think that's been one of the reasons why we've been able to achieve some really good outcomes with our residents, when often around roading we are and continue to be quite challenged, as I think we'll find in the duration of today's meeting. So, so from my part, thanks, Jason, for your contribution, and best of luck.
Thanks so much, Rob. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Look, this is probably the chance we'll get, so I want to acknowledge Jason. I think his loss is really big for this organisation. I don't think we quite realise what sort of glue he has been that has held things together. I came across Jason initially during the 2 hours free, the implementation and of that trial, and incredibly constructive, patient, and he, as Rob has referred to, he nursed me through the finances, trying to understand the finances. About a dozen times I came back to him to get it re-explained. I've still only got half a handle on it. So, but he was an incredible mover in making that happen, and so I personally thank him for that. And but I just think this is a very constructive, calm voice, analytical voice that we're losing, and I'm sorry that we're losing Jason, and it kind of worries me that we are losing him, to be honest. So, but Jason, I just want to acknowledge what you've brought to the organisation, both in your expertise but in your personal integrity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
We Transpower, I can't resist a good pylon, so here we go. I too will, I just want to tell a good story about Jason. There we go, we finally got it. Penny drop. We finally got it. It could have been a lot worse. I've been on council for 2 days in my first term, and I got a phone call from a lady I didn't even know, and she's at the end of our street. And she rang and said, "Dale, Councillor Bunting," and I still hadn't got used to that. She said, "I just rang to congratulate you." I said, "Oh, well, thank you very much. I've got a job for you." I thought, "Oh, great, 2 days into it, here we go." And over the road from her house was a corner, and there was a narrow footpath that wasn't wide enough, had bricks on it, and there was a sort of a rough old garden beside it. And she said, "I've had an idea, and I've been trying to get hold of the council, etc. I think we should put the path behind the tree." And I thought, "Oh, crikey, this is major. This is. Oh, I'll see what I can do." And I accidented upon Jason. And I said, "Look, I'm really sorry. I'm Mark Bunting, introduced, handshake. We've had this lady who wants this path, and I don't really know what to do." And he just looked at it and went, yes, we can do that." I thought, "What?" I said, "We can do that." I said, "How much is it going to cost?" And he said, "Oh, about $8,000, I reckon." I said, $8,000? Have we got that much money? And he said, yeah, we can make it happen." And he went up, he researched it, met the neighbours, and the thing was in there. And I thought, and as I've told Jason personally, this was a defining moment when I suddenly realised we could actually do stuff with the right people at our side, and Jason was one of those people. So good was it that they actually organised, the street was so grateful, they organised a little ribbon cutting thing on the footpath and everything like that, and that all happened because of Jason. And Jason's a guy who will look you in the eye and you're getting the truth from. So, Jason, I wish you all the very best. I'll be the first one to welcome you back. I'm sure you'll come back. And I'll look forward to the day when you do, and I'm sad you're going. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. And I also just wanted to say thank you to Jason. Just really quickly, the Onion and Ruffle Road situation, I think, would have been really tense for you to work through, and I was really impressed actually by the way that you kept standing by our decision there in terms of working with the community, because safety comes first, and that's what you prioritise in that work. And I felt that it was a calm and but a strong voice throughout that issue, and so I think that's a strength that we're really going to miss. And also just want to thank you for all of your work on innovating streets and being there at like 2 a.m. in the morning as we made changes on the street, which is well out and above of what really is expected. So thank you.
Thank you. From the northern part of the world, Councillor Hamilton, the northern lights behind him.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, they seem to follow me. I assume based on the comments that Jason's in the room, I can't see for sure.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Is he?
Mhm. Yes, he is.
Jason in the room? Oh, yeah. Oh, hi. Just continue
There he is.
Continue Bunty's pile on. Look, just following up what Sarah said regarding Onion and Ruffle, that's no easy task. Going to be the interface between council policy and elected members, and Jason's been doing that mahi for a while, and just did it just without complaint and tireless. And then more recently, obviously, with Innovating Streets, that interface, he takes a lot of aggro from both parties, from political tensions, and yet trying to come out with trying to meet policy outcomes or stakeholder satisfaction. So just really acknowledge that. It takes a lot of skill. And also, just further back with the, the largest mural in New Zealand, you're all familiar probably with it. Jason.
Plug.
Jason was instrumental also in that, because it's actually considered a road, not a wall. Go figure. And with Downers, traffic management, Robin's team, etc. So yeah, just thanks, Jason. Wishing you all the best.
Thanks, Ryan. All right, so that's my Chair's report. So I'll move that the Chair's report be received, seconded by Deputy Chair Councillor Thompson. And there's no debate. All those in favour, please raise your hands. There are none against. That's carried. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. All right, let's move on to item 7. We have the Inspector Jeff Penno from New Zealand Police, and this is an update on road policing. Good morning, Jeff. Welcome. And committee members, if you go to page 343, you can follow along with the presentation, but it'll also be up on the board. Over to you, Jeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, elected officials, members of the public and officials. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. I intend to give you a snapshot of road policing in Hamilton and our tactical plan to deliver road safety across the district. Ko tapu te manga, ko wakaruti awa, ko Ngāti Pākehā, ko iwi, ko tonu te waka, ko Jeff Aho. My advice today is designed to be free and frank, Madam Chair, and therefore off the record for the media. Fundamentally, the New Zealand Police operate a prevention first model. Fundamentally, we believe that if we are responding to a call for service, a call for help, or a vehicle crash, that fundamentally we have got it wrong. Crime is not random, therefore there's a pattern, therefore it's predictable, therefore it is preventable. Thank you. So I just pulled together some statistics for Hamilton City for the last year. This is obviously a tragic event that occurred on Thomas Road. I put this particular slide up because this was a survivable vehicle crash where a member in that vehicle passed away due to not being restrained. Thank you. So last year in Hamilton City, there were 5 fatalities. That is above the average trend we get, between 2 and 3 a year. Fatalities are a really, really poor indicator of road safety outcomes because they are a lightning strike an event. We prefer, New Zealand Police, we prefer to look at deaths and serious injuries because that's a much better data set for us and it really gives us a better feeling of the progress we're making, because fatals, as we saw the tragic events in Timaru over the weekend, if that lamppost had been a metre either side, we would have had a car in a paddock with 2 or 3 broken arms and hopefully some cuts and bruises. But unfortunately, 5 people lost their lives. So that is the environment that we work in. So there are the 5 fatalities. The pedestrian in Ulster Street, again, absolute tragedy. I raised this one because that gentleman, pending the decision from Coroner's Court, was hit at 14 kilometres per hour. So again, this is a demonstration of the excellent work Hamilton City Council, and I really acknowledge the leading that you are doing as a council in terms of your safe system, in terms of the roads and roadsides. It's fantastic to see, but because we have got a bubble of vulnerable road users coming through, and this is a case of a vulnerable road user. And so the only thing that's going to make that safer is the infrastructure. The cyclist on Ruakura Road, I won't talk to. The truck in Thomas Road we've seen, and the pedestrian crash and the motorcyclist. So those are the 5 fatalities in Hamilton City. Last year we saw 5 pedestrians die in the Waikato district. Again, that is above the trend we have seen. There are some disturbing trends coming through. Thank you. So go back one slide, please. So last year in the Waikato district, we had 41 fatalities from 39 vehicle crashes. Heavy motor vehicles are a topic of big conversation. 9 of those involved heavy motor vehicles. We are seeing massive pressure on our infrastructure, particularly with the Golden Triangle. Vehicle kilometres travelled by those vehicles are huge. Our infrastructure was never designed for a high productivity vehicle, which is overweight and or over length, and that's causing us some real pressures. But again, the data shows that they are not at fault in the vast majority of cases. We had a real spike in motorcycle deaths last year. I raised this because last year we have seen a record number of motorcycle registrations. So we had 11 motorcyclists tragically die in the Waikato last year, of which 10 unfortunately were at fault and no charges were laid, of which 80% were white males over 50. Enough said. Pedestrians, we have a big risk there, and we have real data coming through showing that over 80% of our serious injury crashes involved alcohol in our district. That is a massive problem for us, and that is probably a hangover from COVID when we couldn't do breath tests. So yeah, I'll go back to that. Thank you. So police enforcement at a national level relies on RIDS. Now RIDS stands for restraints, impairment, distractions and speed. Now when I did my apprenticeship under ex-councillor Leo Tooman back in the 90s, I was taught speed, booze and belts. It hasn't changed. Yes, we've thrown in some cell phones, and yes, we've got some drug issues, which I'll come back to, but it's still speed, booze and belts that account for over 80% of our fatalities, and that is fundamentally what we police rigidly. We also focus on graduated licences because they are designed to keep at-risk people from at-risk situations. If we don't enforce those rules, there's no point having them. You know, it's a great system to keep at-risk people from at risk. So we make no apologies for the enforcement of those rules. Intersections, I'll refrain from commentary on intersections. If I had one plea for the chair, it would be some red light cameras in Hamilton City. I think that that would be a massive public safety step and would be wholeheartedly supported by New Zealand Police. Illegal street racing, Operation Shadow, which has been going for 18 months, which focuses on street races. That is as much a trust and confidence thing for police as risk. That group do not represent risk in terms of road safety. The people who die on New Zealand roads are people in this room. Normal people who make a mistake. A third of our crashes occur through a genuine mistake, not through extreme behaviour, which is we're trying to manage that public perception. We police illegal street races because there is a public expectation for us to do so, but in terms of risk, they don't feature in my risk profile. Thank you. Next slide, please. So, road policing works on the general deterrence theory, which is totally opposite to normal policing. So normal policing relies on the crime triangle, which is you require an offender, a victim and a location for an offence to occur. And under general duties policing, if you take away one of those things, you don't have an offence. Road policing is totally different because we have the infrastructure we can't do much with, we have humans on that infrastructure, we have vulnerable people, and it all relies on general deterrence. So we have to do sufficiently long, sufficiently strong enforcement to change behaviour. The public have to believe that if you drive drunk, we will stop you, we will breath test you. If you speed, we will stop you, we will ticket you. So that is the fundamental premise of road policing. Thank you. Oh, that's one of our brand new Scooters,
Nice.
4x4, 210 kilowatt Skoda. Really fantastic vehicle.
Nice.
It is a great, safe tool for what we do and how we do it. Yeah, national policy, but it certainly is a good vehicle. Yeah, it's great. Right, our risk. Next slide, please. So we really understand our risk. We deploy 100% of our road policing resources, so I have 106 full-time staff to allocate. We understand where our risk is. Those lines are the risk in the Waikato district. So the road, State Highway 25A, Kopahikawai, road from Thames over the hill, is the most likely place you will be injured in the Waikato district. Second only to State Highway 29 over the Kaimais, another road that is really, really dangerous. Though we understand our risk, they are all high-speed roads, no centre barriers on them, and they carry a lot of traffic. Thank you. So in terms of speed deployment, this map is our district. Now the blue pins represent people who have died this calendar year in our district that were in speed zones 80 k's and above. The yellow pins are people who have passed away tragically in speed limits less than that. If you see, about 80% of those pins are blue. Again, that indicates our risk. So we can jump to the next slide, please. And so in terms of our tactical plan for speed, our focus is on that 1 to 10 bracket. So people travelling above the speed limit in the 1 to 10. So we have an agreement with Waka Kotahi that 30% of our officer-issued notices will be issued in the 1 to 10 bracket. That is because it's evidence-based to save lives. If we reduce the mean speed in Waikato by 1 kilometre per hour, we will save 5% of our deaths and serious injuries, which in terms of serious injuries is big harm, lots and lots of trauma, lots of social harm in there. So that is our real focus. Highway Patrol, 35 Highway Patrol, they only work on those priority routes. They work nowhere else, which all but one are state highways. Our strategic traffic units, which are one based in Hamilton, we have pushed them out of the cities to police in 80k zones. So if we look around Hamilton City, we've seen tragically people die on State Highway 3 just south of Hamilton recently, State Highway 26 at Morrinsville, State Highway River Road North this year or last year, and we've seen some terrible crashes on Whara Road. So we're policing those areas where the harm is. And that leaves our public safety teams, who are funded 20% to do road safety, to do it in their towns, where they can do it safely, do it close to their demand, and do their part for road safety. Our camera vans are solely deployed on those high-risk roads and to school enforcement. Thank you. So that's an example. That's the speeds we're issuing now. If you travel over 100 kilometres per hour in the Waikato district, you can expect to receive a notice for that speed. Thank you. How do we police restraints and distractions? Now, this is quite challenging because Police cars are large and they glow and people see them, and so we need to be a little bit clever how we do this. Thank you. So we have Project Spring. There's 5 phases of Project Spring. The first phase is we have a number of unmarked cars. Now we rotate those around the whole Waikato district to our strategic traffic units in Thames, Huntly, Te Awamutu and Matamata, and here in Hamilton, and they're on a rotation program. The second initiative we have is we acquired an Acadia, which I can't talk about, there's 3 in the country, and that's Team Phantom. So we have 2 people in that vehicle for 6 months. They report to me personally. They've designed their own roster, their own deployment plan, and their sole focus is seatbelts and restraints. Can we jump to the next slide, please? Here's the vehicle in action. Back one. So that motorcycle passed that Acadia at 156 kilometres per hour. The person on the right had no seatbelt, was on the phone, and was speeding. So 3 out of 4. Thank you. Next slide. The blue car on the expressway, that was checked at 185 kilometres per hour. God. And our staff apprehended them. Now, these are extreme, people love extreme stories in road policing. Road policing is really, really boring. We go out and we stand on the checkpoint, we breath test thousands of people, and we get you on deterrence. We go out and we issue speed notices at 107 all day, every day in our highway network, and that is how we change behaviour. If, of course, we see extreme behaviour, then we're there to deal with it. Thank you. The third phase is we have been given 3 unmarked Holden Equinox from headquarters, and again, that is a special team that's been set up. That's a 3-year program, and that team polices restraints and distractions across the district. Very, very effective tool. Thank you. That's one of the vehicles there. The speed on the right, 148, is what a Nissan Tidia passed me on the Cambridge Expressway with 5 university students in it. I don't know if you know what a Nissan Tidia is. It's about the same size as the tin can. Yeah. If that had come apart, it would have been quite... So my ground speed is 101. I wasn't speeding, that was in the 110k zone. Now, we don't police the expressways because there is no risk. So that infrastructure is built to a standard where if I've got a police vehicle, do I put it on the regular deviation where the speed limit is fundamentally wrong and we have high risk, or do I put it on an expressway which is designed? So we do some enforcement, but very, very little on those because of we understand our risk profile. And I was actually passing through to go to the Kindwise, for the record. Thank you. Phase 4 is every month we have a district-wide operation led by Police National Headquarters, which we support. We do a full operation order, and that will revolve around seatbelts or impairment, whatever it is. We do a district-wide operation to make sure our 727 sworn police staff in Waikato District contribute to road safety as per our funding model. And lastly, myself and my leadership team of 2 senior sergeants, we work 1 weekend in 4 on road. I think it's vital that as leadership team we are out there, we have credibility and we do the mahi with our teams. Thank you. That is our Superintendent, Superintendent Bird. I'm not sure, Madam Chair, if you've had him to this committee. I take him out once a month, so I get to brainwash him for 8 hours a day on the importance of road safety. You know, he's got demand. I don't need to tell you about Hamilton City demand at the moment. You'll be acutely aware. We have investigation demand. We have child abuse files, adult sexual abuse files. We have more demand than we can ever meet. And so that's a really good way for me to make him understand the importance of what we do and how we do it. And he's a very, very strong supporter of road policing. Thank you. Impairment. So this checkpoint is just north of Berescourt Lights. That photo was taken 5 months ago. There were 4 staff there. That checkpoint shut down after 12 minutes because we had 4 drunk drivers on the boost bus. We went there last weekend with 5 staff and we lasted 20 minutes. Before the checkpoint was shut down, we had 5 drink drivers being processed on a bus. There is a drink drive challenge in Hamilton City. We do joint operations with Bar Plenty, so we know in Hamilton it's about 1 in every 140 drivers at night is intoxicated. Put that into context, Tauranga is 1 every 70. They have a real cultural problem over there. So in the scheme of things, that's good, but it's not good that we still have that many drunk people driving towards you and your family in the middle of the night. That said, we don't see the fatalities from it in Hamilton City, primarily because our speeds are lower in Hamilton City. Thank you. So we are contracted this year to deliver 316,000 breath tests. So every piece of evidence shows us that you deliver a breath test per member of the driving public and you get general compliance. We are striving to deliver 400,000 this year. I am very confident we will deliver that, and I am very confident that everyone at this table will be breath tested this year, and you will tell 10 of your friends and they'll tell 10 of their friends, and that's how we get general deterrence. So we are working really, really hard in that space. So we have 2 booze busters that work every night. One works in Hamilton City every night, and the other one rotates around the TLAs for the anywhere, anytime deterrence model. Thank you. These are roads and roadsides, and I put these up. That top photo was taken on the first Hamilton V8 Supercar event on Common Drive. That tree is still there. That tree is bigger than it was in that photo. And in terms of roads and roadsides, there's Subaru at the bottom, there's a piece of wood through the driver's passenger's door. You know, I make this comment because the roads and roadsides, if we accept that a third of crashes happen through a mistake, through people making a genuine mistake, then we need to have an environment, and we're all responsible in the safe system to have an environment that makes people safe. And the most critical thing around that is the speed limit they're in, which sends a real clear message to the driver. And again, I applaud Hamilton City, and the work that Robin and her team have done is absolutely a real credit to Hamilton City, and we led the way 10, 15 years ago. But that speed limits and the infrastructure and what you can hit is just so critical. 2 people died in that Holden Commodore. Other considerations, graduated driver's licenses I've spoken about. We have a policy in Waikato that you will not be stopped by police unless you are speeding, for a breath test, no seatbelt, or speed, or dangerous driving. So we are really aware of unconscious bias or racism in a wider context, and we are really aware of perceptions of poverty policing. You choose to speed, we will stop you, we will ticket you. Choose to not wear a seatbelt, same thing. When it comes to vehicle condition, breaching a licence, not having a licence, we will do everything in our power to give you compliance. We don't want you to spend the money on the fine. We want you to get your vehicle yourself up to speed. So we are really strong on that in terms of you speed, you're getting a ticket, but anything else, we will help you every way we can through alternative resolutions, through government, NGOs, supporting you get your licence, and that's something that we're very, very strong on. Intersections I've mentioned, we're just waiting for some resource to free up to do an intersection operation in Hamilton. That will be a large-scale video operation where we video intersections, and there'll be quite a bit of media in that when we do it. And obviously illegal street racing, which I've spoken about already. Thank you. These tyres have come from, there's 2 slides here. These tyres are on vehicles that we impounded in the last 4 weeks through Operation Shadow. That is driving towards you. That is driving towards you on a wet road with a young driver who is a little bit bent towards doing illegal activity, but those were photos as we dragged the car into the tow truck. Thank you. As with these 2 tyres. Now, the one particularly on the right, they're both going to blow at any time. So it's something we're very, very focused on in terms of, and it goes back to the safe system, but when something goes wrong, having a system that no one dies or gets seriously injured from. Thank you. Opportunities. There are some opportunities for us in terms of Hamilton. I really acknowledge the work you're doing. There's some work around camera safety settings. So the safety cameras are still set at 110, and we're issuing notices below that. So there's a bit of a conflict there, which we're advocating. That's a national policy setting, obviously. So we need to make sure that we're working through the correct channels. And we need the public to be aware that our speed tolerance is gone. It was done quietly. We need the public to realise that if you are over the speed limit and we catch you, you will be getting a ticket. Thank you. And those are our 3 priorities. I've spoken to them all. So we don't focus on numbers per se. We focus on the 30%, the 1 to 10 bracket for speeding notices. We focus on our rural deployments. So 75%, as per our NZA contract, is 75% of our deployment into the rural, which matches exactly with our deaths and serious injuries. And we're going to smash our breath test numbers this year, particularly in Hamilton City, where we have the problem. Thank you. Thank you for your time, Madam Chair. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Inspector. That's I don't know if excellent presentation is the right word when we're talking about this kind of stuff, but a lot of information there. So a whole lot of questions, I'm sure. So we'll start with Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Jeff. Good to see you. And could I ask a question of you and Robin, just around the red light cameras, please? You advocated for them. I was of the impression that it was you guys that actually did them. So can you tell me how that works? Whose responsibility is it to put it in? How are they monitored, and how can we help you?
I'll throw it over to
Robin. Yeah.
Denton.
It's in transition, isn't it, still?
Yeah. So I've got a motion.
Yes,
I'd like
yeah,
to-
just committee members, Mark's flicked me a motion on the
Thank you.
subject, so.
So red light cameras, speed cameras, call them safety cameras in general. They have to date been administered by the police, but there is a set policy around determining where they get deployed, and limited budget, and that is therefore to risk, and that's looked at nationally. And there was some work done probably 5 to 7 years ago where they started, because they used to focus on speed cameras, then they looked at the red light and said, actually call it a safety camera program. Where do those red lights fit in amongst the speed? And as Inspector Jeff has mentioned, the open roads, high speeds are where a lot of those crashes are occurring, so that's where the focus has been. As part of the Tackling Unsafe Speeds package within the Road to Zero strategy, the safety camera program is meant to be moved across to Waka Kotahi, and there is meant to be more funding put to that. That is still in process, that transfer across. And I know that Auckland, as part of their trials, were paying for some of the cameras. The difficulty is making sure that we've got sufficient resources for processing the enforcement, the tickets issued, but that you also need to ensure that the camera setups are 100% in accordance with the requirements, so that they are actually enforceable. So that you don't spend all your time in court defending tickets. So that's all I'm aware of at the moment. I know that we're looking to try and get David Spears from Waka Kotahi to our next September meeting, so perhaps we could put that on the list of things that he can give us an update at that meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I wonder, Madam Chair, if I could put my motion up anyway, because what I'd like to propose is that we move it along a little bit. And I know you guys are under a lot of pressure at the moment, but if we could see something by annual plan time to work out how much it would cost to implement a few, what the resource exactly would be, then at annual plan time we could make that decision as to whether to help you in any way.
I think that would have to include a legal opinion as to whether we can do that. But yes.
So I think Councillor Thompson was happy to second it, but the motion is basically we receive the report and that staff return in time for the annual plan, effectively, with a report on how much this would cost to implement some effective red light cameras in Hamilton. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, we'll get to,
Okay. My other question was, thank you, Robin, appreciate that. We have a heck of a lot of intersection cameras at the moment, Inspector, that are just great to watch, and they're really helpful for our red light people.
Yes.
Do you have access to those, or how does that interface with your...
We have access via your camera setup, which I believe is based across the road. We don't use them for enforcement per se. We do use them for evidence gathering around crashes.
Right.
But at this stage, we haven't committed resource to that.
Yeah, okay. All right, I could ask you questions all day, so I'll stop there, but thanks, Madam Chair.
Thanks. Councillor Thompson.
The question around safety cameras, I had that written down for this presentation, so thanks, Mark, for raising that. And I think, and thank you for your presentation, Jeff. It was really enlightening. With the safety cameras, I'm concerned by the amount of time it's taking for for this changeover to happen and for Waka Kotahi to actually start rolling them out. Would it be useful, Robin, do you think, to undertake some advocacy in this area?
If I could answer that, because I'll probably look closer to Robin as to it. I think, I use our colloquial term, they're up to their backsides and crocodiles at the moment, and it is a lot more complex than they imagined.
Yeah.
And I'm aware the process is progressing as quickly as possible, but it is going to be delayed.
Okay, but if we were to do
Oh,
our own
Any
trials...
support, at the end of the day, I'm trying to save lives on the roads.
Yeah.
That's all I care about. And if we can do anything to save one life, I would love your support.
Okay, thank you. Another question is, in terms of the type of vehicle fleet that we have on our roads, obviously the vehicles with low crash ratings are an issue, but we're also seeing a really large influx of very large vehicles on our roads, and they're about twice as likely to kill someone if they hit, say, a pedestrian. Is that becoming a concern for the police?
So I can't comment on policy settings from the government. I can reiterate that a quarter of the safe system is safe vehicles, and policy settings and anything you can do in those policy settings would be welcomed. It's sheer physics. If you've got a vehicle that weighs 2 tonne, hits a vehicle weighing 1 tonne, the 1 tonne vehicle absorbs twice the force, and that's directly into the occupant. If you collide with a truck over 40 tonnes head on, the truck's speed does not alter on impact. So physics is what I'm trying to demonstrate is physics is physics.
Okay, thank you.
Right, Councillor Hamilton, you're next.
Thanks, Councillor Angela. Thanks, Inspector Jeff. Good to see you. Just 2 quick questions. Apologies if I just missed any other questions. Operation Shadow, I see a little bit of that on a monthly basis. I suppose living slightly rural. What's the approach on that? You mentioned it actually isn't high risk, but what's the sort of is it still important to phone in if you see big convoys of vehicles, etc. for me?
Yeah, look, definitely. Operation Shadow has many streams to it, one of which we have a full-time staff member who is working through public complaints. So any complaint we get, we analyse, we then go and meet the informant, and we work that up to evidential sufficiency, which is where we've got the 61 search warrants from to date. And so what we're attempting to do is to stabilise that group of people by tuning up at 5 in the morning and towing their car. We know we've got 5 or 6 cars being actively hidden from us at the moment. That's fantastic because they're not on the road. If we find them on the road at any time with our automatic number plate cameras, we can impound them there and then. So yes, we definitely need the public information, but there's some public expectation matters here. It is not unlawful to drive a vehicle down the road if you are licensed and sober and your vehicle is registered and warranted. So, and it's not unlawful to do it with 20 of your friends and park on the side of the road. So we've got to manage these expectations. It is unlawful to do the act, and we have excellent powers in terms of illegal street racing. We do have some staff safety stuff going on. Example, we had a person lie down in front of a police car 3 or 4 weeks ago. Officers got out to remove them, and someone removed both our valves from both their back tyres on the patrol car. Made our staff incredibly vulnerable. That's our problem to deal with, and we need the numbers to do so. The most important thing with Operation Shadow is that it's multifaceted. So we are doing a lot of covert things at the moment, which I can't talk about, but we have a different, every week we have a different theme. So we will take out the bailiffs 1 week, and we just drive around seizing cars. And the next week we have vehicle inspectors. So we stop cars and we order them off the road there and then. We will do a liquor licence, breach liquor licence phase in Te Rapa, which is an excellent tool for us to use, thank you, Council. So yes, we need the information, and we continue to monitor our resource. You know, any resource I've got tied up at 3 in the morning chasing those people is not addressing my crash risk at 3 o'clock on a Thursday, which is the most likely time you will die on the Waikato roads in the afternoon. Follow closely by 3 o'clock on a Saturday.
Thank you, that's very helpful and insightful. And Chair, I don't know if this is slightly beyond scope here, but just in terms of the recent ram raids, I don't know if inspectors able to talk to the success and people keeping around that.
No, I won't speak to that. That's been owned by Hamilton Area Commander Erin Macbeth, which is her specialty, and I'm not sure of the tactics and the operations behind it. So it's best I leave that. I'm sorry to fob it off, but I'm not really the person to speak to it.
And we do, I think, Councillor Hamilton, I don't know if you've seen it, but there's a diary appointment being sent out for next Wednesday from the Mayor's office on that subject. And
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just about to say the same thing. We've got 2 further opportunities to discuss this coming out quite shortly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you and welcome. All right, Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Jeff, and thanks also for your
regular words of wisdom on sanity on the Regional Transport Committee, which is sometimes putting a slightly different take on things to some of the rural councils, on some safety issues especially. Look, that red light camera thing's been going on as an issue within this council since 2007-8, thereabouts, when Auckland was running its trial and we wanted to do the same. We did all the advocacy back then, and it finally resulted a couple of years ago in the official change to Waka Kotahi, but not any action yet. So it would be time to do advocacy again, I suggest. Look, I just want to ask a bit of a question about your focus on speed in inappropriate situations, which was great to hear what your strategy is there. As you say, Hamilton itself is maybe not such a problem to do with speed because we've really worked hard on that over the last decade or so, but the roads immediately around Hamilton are essentially all designed for horses back 150 years ago, and they've been converted to roads, automatically given 100k speed limits, and very many of them are still 100k. River Road North, part of that, is still 100k. There's been a death just along from that section, as you mentioned, just in the last few months. There's been area that I go through each day. There's been 2 fences taken out in the last couple of months, so there was an accident there. Presumably no one seriously injured, or we would have heard about it. But do you have influence with the district councils in our surrounding area? Do you advocate for lower speeds or changed roadside? A lot of them have got trees, of course, right on the edge of the road. All that sort of old style road. What can?
Yes, I have influence, but someone has to be listening to my influence. So, you know, Waka Kotahi data itself, based on pure science, is that about 91% of our roads, 100k roads, the speed limit is fundamentally too high. And that's based on the science that if you have an undivided road, the speed limit, the survival speed limit is 80. So that's a bit of a blunt tool. But certainly we know our risk, if you've seen. I am disappointed that we've had no movement on the Kopahikuai Road. You cannot drive it at 100 k's an hour. Why are we telling people that that's okay? We know our motorcyclists fall off that road regularly. I can't do speed enforcement on it because it's not excess speed, it's inappropriate speed. And I can't U-turn on it, I can't put safety cameras on most of it. So the most important thing we can do is change the infrastructure, change the environment. The Raglan Road being very similar. We do a lot of our enforcement on the roads you're referring to, Councillor, because that is where our risk is. Have I answered your question well enough?
Yeah, I'll just maybe follow that up a bit. No, it's a good introduction. The Waka Kotahi have sort of mapped the whole of the country from what I'm aware, but certainly I've seen the Waikato map showing where those inappropriate, 100k inappropriate speed limit roads are. Is there sort of any way the police can then use that to communicate directly with the councils responsible, say, look at this, it's too high, here's the science?
Fundamentally, the conversation is between NZTA and the council. I have an advocacy role, and as you're well aware, I'm not slow in coming forward with what I think is appropriate, and I continue to be frustrated on some of those conversations.
Okay. Maybe, Madam Chair, at the Regional Transport Committee, when those issues come up, we can focus a little bit on some of that, even though it's not in our city, it's our residents immediately going in and out of the city.
Madam Chair, I believe I'm addressing the next Regional Council meeting.
Okay.
Which might be a introduction to that.
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Dave. Councillor Naidu-Rolfe.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Inspector. I found that presentation very informative. Couple of questions. With your RIDs, you know, the 4 things you're watching for, how effective is the community reporting on those? Does Star 555 still work, or is that?
Yes, it does. So interestingly enough, Star 555, that is our biggest call for service in Waikato Police. It's about 12,500 a year. So it's bigger than burglary, ram raid, family harm, domestics, everything else. We get some absolute gold from that. So we have a district command centre in Hamilton City that covers our district. We have an analyst in there, and their role is to look across those calls for service and add value to them. So of those 10 calls for service, which one are we going to go to? Because we can't get to them all. And we're looking for, what do we know about the driver? What do we know about the car? Is it a repeat complaint? And so we risk assess them and we go after them. So yes, we really encourage people to phone us for that. And in fact, anything, if something looks wrong, please tell us, because it might be the piece of the jigsaw we need for our critical command information. And that's a really strong message to give back to your communities, because our second biggest call for service is our suspicious people.
Yep.
That's another 11,000. So that's a quarter of our calls to Waikato Police. Now that's got to be your next car crash, it's got to be your next burglary, your next ram raid, your next assault. So the message to the community is please tell us and give us information so we can best use it. Have I answered your question?
Oh, yes, because I'm listening to one of the barriers is obviously resource.
Yes.
And judging from general comments on social media, people want to help. So I just wanted to know if Star 555
Yes,
is
no,
actually...
yes, we get some wonderful apprehensions out of it.
Perfect. And second question, either to yourself or maybe Robin can help. One of your slides showed, your comment was, what can you hit? So the crash, the car on the tree.
Yes.
So I assume that, has council ever undertaken any work around what actually borders those roads, or the safety of what we actually, plant, or what barriers, physical barriers are?
Councillor 2 minutes, always hated trees.
So the tree in that particular photo was on the state highway, so that is NZTA's. We are very mindful when we are coming up with planting regimes. Basically, a tree is okay until it gets up to about 100 mils, and after that it's not frangible, it won't give. It almost shakes off the car. So that is a problem. The reality is that we are also aware that the road corridor is also a green corridor. So we're trying to balance all the other needs that we have within those areas. And so certainly wouldn't advocate for going through and knocking down every tree that's over 100 mils in diameter, because that's not going to lead to the right outcome for our areas as well. Trees can actually be quite useful in creating that calming of speed. So again, it's looking at having the appropriate environment, the appropriate speed limit, and in many cases the trees can actually help us with that and get those speeds down to a low enough level that they are a survivable crash.
So is there a policy that exists currently around what we should be installing and what's a no?
There is. There is certainly in the parks and open spaces, there's been some work done around tree species. Whether it's 100% married up, I'd probably not.
Okay.
But that's certainly something that we feed into whenever we're looking at.
Thanks, Robin.
So a core role for police is to report on vehicle crashes accurately to provide Robin and her team with the data. So it's not just trees, it's power boxes, it's power poles, it's all sorts of roadside furniture that needs to be assessed, and we simply cannot, none of us have the resources to retrofit the whole roading network. So it's just really important, and I know Robin's team are very good with this, is understanding our risk, and we work together, particularly through our serious crash unit, to make sure that we get that data to Robin and her team. Sorry to interrupt you, Councillor.
No, that's perfect. I just wanted to know that there was a feedback loop.
Very much so.
Yep. Improvement. Thank you.
And it's not just trees, things like flax just become a launch ramp, for example. So it's really, there's some very good technology around the barriers, roadside barriers, which are very promising.
Thank you.
I always remember sitting around the table with former councillor Leo Tooman, hated trees, hated them, he said. Yeah. Councillor Gallagher?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, thank you for the amazing work you do. Just two questions. First of all is, the safety ratings of cars. And as you know, Leo Tooman would go to Rotary and say that you should give the kids your car and then drive their banger to the Rotary Club.
Correct.
And that is correct in the sense of, risk. and, you know, an ageing fleet picks up Sarah's questions. What's the ongoing campaign in that area? In the past, you've done some real stuff, because I suspect many parents don't realise for a bit of extra $500 or $1,000, they might be able to help their kids into a safer car.
I know Waka Kotahi, Councillor, are doing work in that space. We are really focused on our quadrant of the safe system, which is safe road use.
Yeah.
We will always advocate for better vehicles, but a lot of that is government policy settings, which we cannot and will not comment on. The education is always important, but we believe that you have an event, you have an outcome. For us, the key equation is the speed. So that occupies more of my time. Not saying it's not important, but my focus is on speed, boost and belts. The vehicle is a contributor to it. We know that the average vehicle in a fatality is 11 years of age, for example. We know that data. So yes, there is risk, and yes, there's more work to be done in that space.
Second question, again, just with Waka Kotahi and your excellent work you're doing around, you know, the speed stuff. But as you know, the government, Waka Kotahi, as I understand it, rolling out a heap of dough over time around road design, good road design, and the theme of that is to protect the innocent party from the dicko that has the ball tyres and does the head-on collision. What sort of work are you ongoing doing? You know, how does what involvement with Waka Kotahi in that area? Obviously, just in terms of, you know, their plans of where do they roll out medium barriers, where they do barriers, where they do better road design when they can retrofit, sadly.
Roads are really expensive. You know, I was a constable in Huntly, and we were killing 18 a year between Huntly and Mercer. We've killed 7 in the last 10 years with the new roading. So the infrastructure is the long-term solution. Our role in what you're talking about, Councillor, is to provide that base data.
Yeah.
So, and it's only one subset of the government transport policy plan, part of the Road to Zero, and our role is to provide the data through our vehicle crash attendants and good data to allow good decisions to be made. You know, we will always advocate for stretches of road, but it's not the police role to advocate for the Hamilton bypass, for example. You know, that's going to be wonderful, and when that's done, I will redo my risk assessment because I believe my risk will alter because of it. Have I addressed your question sufficiently?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, what you've told me, you still have deep conversations with Waka Kotahi.
Very much so.
In terms of the data and your experience.
Having said that, I went to the opening of the Huntly Expressway, which was just a godsend last year. The founding document for that, the first document they can find, was dated 1969.
Thank you.
So 50 years later, we got a road that is and will continue to save 12 to 18 years of lives a year.
Thank you.
Councillor Pascoe?
Thanks, Inspector Jeff, for your presentation today. We've got a street in the city where our staff allege there are 4,000 speeding cars a week. And while we've looked at retrofitting it, there are some challenges, not only in terms of the cost and the options, but also that it houses the fire service right in the middle of the street. So they need access to get in and out at reasonable speed. The challenge that residents and some of the councillors have asked at times is, why can't we put a speed camera or have police monitor that street on a regular basis with a mobile speed camera, so that we can at least put a deterrent in there, a short-term deterrent in there, while we are able to review all of the options. And I know we've talked earlier about the issues with NZTA taking this over, but, you know, I'm concerned that with that number of cars speeding in a week, there's going to be some sort of fatality or some sort of serious accident in that street. And, you know, it would be useful to be able to act in a cost-effective way now rather than wait for that event to happen.
So you're talking Anglesey Street?
No, I'm talking Crosby Road.
Crosby Road, okay.
Crosby Road, which is a bit of a rat run.
Yeah, it is a rat run.
With cars coming off Waiwiri Drive.
Yeah, correct. First I've heard of it, to be honest, which is not great. We will do enforcement based on risk. Now, I cannot think of an injury or death on that road. So you've got to understand the level of risk. Now, if everyone's doing 51 k's an hour because it's downhill.
Well, I don't know what the 4,000 cars are doing.
You know, if we're getting extreme speed, is different from a technical breach, one or two over. So I need to look at the data. You know, we can certainly target any operation. We can put stationary vehicles here, unmarked vehicles. We cannot deploy speed cameras. All our speed camera sites have to be pre-approved and signed off by Waka Kotahi, and they are all in the rural because my risk is the rural. But we can do ad hoc enforcement, and obviously the best long-term solution to anything is changing the environment. But just need to understand a little bit more about that speed, because I would suspect that a lot of your 50k zones, Boundary Road, for example, would be very similar. A River Road is very similar. So it's just understanding our risk and where we're going to put our resource.
Yeah, okay.
Have I answered this sufficiently?
So, yeah, that doesn't, of course, answer it doesn't answer how we can deal, when we know that there are 4,000 speeding cars a week, it doesn't really address the issue.
I would need to look at that across all critical command information, across the city, across all your speed surveys, because you might find that's not even the worst one, for example.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Van Osten.
Thank you, and thanks, Jeff, for that really enlightening presentation. It's way more information than I expected, frankly, and some pretty poor outcomes for some bad behaviour. And it strikes me that behaviour is at the heart of a lot of the issues that you're dealing with. You talk about sufficient strong enforcement to change those behaviours. Is that complemented with messaging around the driver education, driver training, and other elements that might impact on that?
Yes, it is. So we do as much as we can at a local level, Councillor, but the main media is driven from Police National Headquarters, and there is a lot going on because we're in the first phase of the Road to Zero strategy, which government departments are signed up to. So it is complemented. I mentioned briefly the monthly themes we have. So the media campaigns mirror those themes nationally as we go through. So our enforcement is matching what that is. Locally, we try and get into the media as much as we can to reinforce those messages out. Sitting underneath that, we have a lot of alternative resolutions, a lot of driver licence programs going on, a lot of alcohol programs going on to try and really get those hard people with their behaviour that it is going to result in a bad outcome for them at some stage.
And so you do have a sphere of influence over local issues and resolution?
We hold no budget for media locally, but we link into whatever headquarters are doing. They send the messages out in advance, and then we pick those up and try and get them into as many people as we can locally.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Bunting.
Thanks for your indulgence. Car chases, there seem to be a few reasonably high-profile ones lately. What's the policy on those? Are there more than normal?
So in October last year, the New Zealand Police revised their fleeing driver policy, and I will break it down very simply. We are justified in pursuing a vehicle currently if we are justified in shooting that offender.
Wow. Okay.
The level of risk. So we now view a fleeing driver incident as lethal force.
Right.
Because that vehicle is being driven as a weapon. So the rules are very clear. We can still pursue, but it must be on facts known to us before we start that pursuit.
Okay.
We cannot use the risk that we create to justify the pursuit. And I'll give you an example of that. So you have a 13-year-old in a stolen Mazda Demio, and he's driving along, he or she driving along 50 k's an hour. Next thing, there's a police car behind it. Next thing, that vehicle's doing 120 and a 50, and we've got licence siren on, and we're saying we have to chase this person because of the risk. We are the risk.
Right.
You know, a stolen vehicle, albeit ramrods aside, is a property crime.
Yeah.
Is it worth a member of the public being killed for a $2,000 property crime?
Right.
Yes, we need to hold offenders to account. So what we're saying now is we need to look at alternative ways of which we resolve that situation. You know, rather than commencing a fleeing driver, can we get in front of that vehicle with spikes?
Right.
Can we use CCTV footage? Can we use forensics when we get the vehicle back for fingerprints, DNA from the vehicle? We have a raft of things. We don't need to use such a high-risk resolution. Fleeing pursuits are still occurring, but at a fraction of what they were.
Right. Right, because we had a lot of questions about the Eagle helicopters activity lately.
Yes,
And
yes.
there seem to be cops all over the place.
Yes. Now, I didn't comment on the Hamilton Ramway situation because it's not my place, but I can assure you there is horrendous amounts of effort and resource going into that, and that's one of those outcomes is to get that. And it's gold. It is absolutely gold, that machine, because it allows us to hang back, takes all the risk out of it, and we just pick up the people on heat-seeking cameras and walk up to them.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. That's all the questions. Thank you very much, Inspector. It's been an incredibly valuable morning for us. So
No problem, Madam
really
Chair. Look, I
appreciate
could have spoken all morning and all day probably. So
Oh, we could have questioned you probably all morning and all day
So I
as
welcome
well.
an invitation back at any time or next
Thank
year
you.
just to give you an update.
Yeah, we'll keep you on the regular roster.
Thank you,
you
ma'am.
very much. All right, committee, once we've disposed of this, we'll stop and have a morning tea break, but we've got a motion from Councillor Mark. Lunch, yeah, just about is, isn't it? It's going to be a long day. So we'll get that up on the board. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. No, you don't. That's why I said. All right, so that's up on the board. Councillor Bun. Oh,
Change
Yes.
in line with what Jeff was saying, rather than red light cameras, safety cameras,
yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
because it's wider than.
yeah. Okay, trialling safety cameras, Hamilton City. Yep, great. Okay. Right, Councillor Bunting is the mover.
Nothing more to
No.
say. I think he debated for me.
Okay,
So, thank
great.
you.
Any other debate? Councillor Thompson?
The safety cameras, I think, are really critical in terms of actually automating enforcement and ensuring that we get wider spread over the city. And so I'm very keen for us to get David Spears to come in and give us an update to start with on where things are at. But actually, maybe there's an opportunity for us to be talking with, say, the Waka Kotahi board directly, whatever it may be. But this is something that I think if we're able to even provide some of the initial cameras that we can play a lead on. So I'm very keen in terms of protecting the safety of our people to keep pressing on this.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson?
Applaud the sentiment. I think, Sarah, you're being a little unrealistic about the enormous bureaucracy. There's probably more bureaucracy in this particular exercise than there's been. It's been going on for about 14 years, us trying to get this, and there's any number of, I won't go into the gory details. I don't know whether David Spears, who's the regional relationship manager, is going to help. He won't know that and hasn't been involved in the technical details, nor is the board. I think we ought to be maybe getting Robin to help us as a tactic, help us find the right person or unit within NZTA and perhaps Ministry of Transport as well to push them along and speak directly to them so we can identify exactly what the obstacles are and what we can do about them. So I'm more suggesting a work program. In this case, I'm not sure going up the top to the figureheads is going to actually get things moving fast at all. When we started the school speed limit 40k program, we initially bleated and carried on in public and got nowhere, but when we found the right people in there, we knew who to actually bang on the table in almost a literal sense, and that we actually got some traction from the individuals. So I'm just suggesting that we look at that as sort of a below the radar almost strategy to achieve this. Yeah.
Thanks, Dave. No other speakers? Yeah, I support what Dave said. 14 years, which is my time on council, we've been talking about this, and I've always been, for me, blind Freddie could see the revenue, to take in Councillor McPherson, the revenue that you would gather that could from safety cameras, particularly at intersections, in my humble opinion, would be considerable, and then you could channel that back into safer roads, and I think the outcomes would be fantastic. You know, I hate to say it, but I constantly see buses running red lights and speeding through intersections, so it's just, I guess it's that attachment that we have with our vehicles, and I recall somebody saying a couple of years ago in a transport forum, regional transport forum, that it's something that we actually should be exceptional drivers because it's something that we practice pretty much every single day, and yet we're not. I just want to want members to be reminded of the pedestrians that are overrepresented in the inspector's presentation to us today in deaths in our city when we do make decisions on slow speeds. I want us to remember that. And when we do traffic calming, or indeed if we do another trial of a future road for these safer speeds and traffic calming outcomes to keep people safe, because that's quite concerning for me. I also actually wanted to acknowledge the inspector's presentation today, obviously to us, and in particular his acknowledgement of Robin and the great work that she does in making Hamilton City a leader in this space. I think that he not only acknowledged that once but several times, and that's to be commended. So, Councillor, you never have to go on the board for your right of reply. God. I will come back to you. You do. From Northern Hemisphere, I'm going to say that all day. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Jen. Just a quick add-on with regards to these speed cameras or safety cameras around the lights. There is potentially something later in PX where we always talk about our infamous raised safety platforms, and I dare say that with some big signs saying you will be fined, or red light cameras operating, etc., they may be as or more effective than them. So I'll close out with that opinion.
Thanks, Councillor. And right in reply, Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, all the work that people have been doing for 14 years on this, and as sort of the fresh crop coming through, we want to carry on. And some things haven't changed, and that's the enthusiasm for road safety for our residents. But some things have changed too, and that is we've taken a stronger stance with Vision Zero now, and the technology's got a whole lot better as well. So maybe we're getting closer, and let's just keep fighting the good fight on that one. And I just want to make a quick mention here in Inspector Jeff's presentation about the motorcycle deaths as well. I myself, and I know Councillor Jeff, or Deputy Mayor Jeff's done a similar course, did a pro rider course in the weekend. Best thing I could have done to make me a safer motorcycle rider. Man, I see things I never saw before, and with me, Jeff, Dave, Ollie and Norm all riding motorbikes, kind of looking like something out of Wild Hogs. I think it's a good idea that I'd advocate for anyone who's looking at anything. Yeah, it is. But there are those courses available, and I'd recommend even just driving cars, take those up. So yes, thank you. Happy to support this.
You're happy to support your own motion.
Happy to move it or something. You get too old to hold. I was trying to think of a Martin-like thing to finish on, but yeah.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. So we'll just do this one on the show of hands. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Thank you. There are none opposed. That's carried. Let's stop for morning tea till past. Thank you. welcome back. We're all fed and watered. And we are up to item 8. This is the Road to Zero Hamilton City Achievement Report for 2021. I just want to preface this before I hand over to Robin. I'm very excited to have this report. Robin, you've done an amazing job and lots of pictures, which is great. Some time ago, committee members, I had a chat with Robin after a regional transport committee, I think it was, wasn't it? We were talking about Road to Zero and deaths and serious injuries, and I thought, well, if we're leading in this space, it would be great to have a report that brings all those work streams and projects that we're doing in our city to achieve Road to Zero. And as we heard from Inspector Jeff Penno this morning, we are leading in this space. So Robin, hand over to you. Fantastic report, love it to bits, and look forward to, what are you going to do this by annually? Or just when the need arises?
I'm happy to take direction.
Okay,
Obviously,
all right.
An end of financial year is probably
quite a
easiest.
good one, yeah.
But we could do a 6-month
Okay.
progress if that was
All
desired.
right. Okay, we'll see how we go with questions and stuff today. So over to you to present your report. Thank you.
So I'm basically happy to take it as read. As Councillor Angela has explained, this was an attempt to provide an overview of all of the different activities that we as a council are involved with to assist towards achieving our Vision Zero.
Okay, short and sweet. Questions, Councillor Bunting.
Not ask any, but I noticed a picture there of the car in the middle of the Crosby roundabout. Can you just give us an update? Because there's been a few cars hitting that one spot at the moment. So
Yes, so we have got some additional, so this is cars northbound on Warrior Drive hitting the barrier, and in some cases punching through the barrier at the Gordonton roundabout. So we've had the safety team go out and have a look at that. We've got some additional signage being put in place in advance of the roundabout. So bigger signs warning of the roundabout ahead, give way ahead. And then the chevron, so the yellow with the black arrows around the roundabout.
Right.
We have a street light that was taken out one of the earlier crashes right at the intersection, which is also quite an important location. So that's due to go back in this week as well.
Right.
So we've got all of that work going on immediately, and then we're going to seek some expert advice around the barriers to see if there's anything that we can do to beef them up, because those sorts of barriers are not designed for a head-on type impact. They're meant to be a glancing blow. So we're going to see if there's anything else that we can do. So we'll report back once we've...
Thank you, and I appreciate your work on it. Because I remember Councillor Dave and I were talking about, or asking about, some work to come back on the idea of signalising that roundabout in anticipation of the expressway coming through. Is that in
So
chain?
that's a piece of work that we've commissioned WSP to do some work for us.
Yep.
Part of that involves building a bit of a model and understanding exactly what's going to happen out there.
Great.
And so, yeah, Chris Allen and I have been talking on that and looking at those opportunities and needs for the future.
Thank you. And again, thanks for what you're doing on it.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, thank you for all the work you and your team obviously are doing. Just 2 questions. First question is with regard to the provision in the AP and the LTP around street design. If we're looking at, slower speeds, can you just give us a bit of an update? One, when is our how are we going in terms of that next lot of work to address some streets which are, cul-de-sac still 50k when it should be 40k, and then also, the self-explaining roads you're doing. Palmerston Street is a golden example of a really good design, which now it's now self-explaining down to 40, although we haven't done that yet.
So in the low cost, low risk Road to Zero program, we have 500,000 indicated towards doing safer speed areas each financial year. So within that program, we are intending to deliver the 30k trial for school signage. So that was an update, an exec update. So that'll be out of that, and we've been doing some work around prioritising our program for which safer speed areas we're going into, and we're just coming up with some early designs to understand what sort of work needs to be done on that before we bring it back to council. So that will involve obviously consultation process with the area and the residents, and then working through the details of any physical works that we need to do within those areas before we implement. So I would expect implementation to be sort of March, April next year by the time we work through those processes.
So, and in terms of the, you know, the 40K, obviously we've had the conversation, is you get the 40K in, but in an ideal world, the roads will somehow need to be, you know, self-explaining, but your budget is is limited in terms of, I notice you have the mobile signs out to remind people sometimes.
Yes, so we do have limited budget. We do monitoring of the key routes within those areas that we've treated, and we continue to monitor from years past. We often go back and retrofit with, it's generally 40K marking on the road. We find that's quite successful. In some areas it would be nice to look at a bit more. We'll be looking to work in quite closely with the likes of the biking and micro-mobility program when that gets underway. So I guess when it comes to the speed limit changes, I'm always looking for all the other opportunities for other projects that how they contribute to creating that environment. It's not just solely out of that one pot.
Can I just ask you a final question on the under vehicle safety, and you've talked about enforcement, warrant of fitnesses, regos, and obviously that's a separate department with our parking enforcement team, but I'm particularly interested in terms of, you know, we had the police present us with the cars with the bald tyres that are going to cause someone else a terrible injury in a wet road. How closely do you work, you know, with our parking safety team in terms of, you know, obviously, and, you know, their anecdotal feedback or stats to you in terms of what they're picking up in terms of vehicle fleet stuff, a la like, you know, the bald tyres, the regos, warrant of fitness stuff?
Yeah, so we've included in there the 2,135 warrant of fitness, and so that's, you know, the bald tyres is a key component of that. Our parking team obviously not climbing under cars and doing the full check that your warrant of fitness station does, so they are looking for those more visible failures, and bald tyres is obviously a key one of that.
Just remind me, and, you know, do we have, and it's probably better direct to Kelvin Powell, I accept that, do we have the grace if someone's warrant has just expired by a week or two and you pick someone up, they have a grace, I get your warrant done, otherwise we'll fine you?
Yes, I believe that's actually John Purcell's team, and yes, the aim is similar to the police. The aim is to try and get people to get the vehicle safe, if we can. Yes.
Ewan's just asked. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor McPherson?
Yeah, look, the first thing is, might seem very small, but it's a really question probably directed to the staff and maybe Relisa. Point 9 on page 31, that is a correct statement as far as legalities are concerned, but it's a stupid statement, to be honest, to put in a front page of a road safety report that the public are going to read. They're not going to appreciate the nuances, the legal nuances, and to say the staff consider the matters in this report to be of low significance, and you know, it doesn't explain why they're putting it there. It's the wrong place to put it and the wrong thing to say. Could I put, and this has been raised before in relation to some other reports, could I plead with staff, and this can go to governance actually, put that sort of statement somewhere else in
the back.
Your business as usual sort of list at the end where you have to say things like that to make the reports count, but not in the in the body of a report.
It's a good issue to raise, Dave, because it's in the context of the significant engagement policy, and it's repeated on page 35 anyway. Yeah, take your point, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because that's all it is, but as you say, the reader doesn't have that actually that statement is the determination under our policy for whether we engage or not.
And it's to do with the local government policy.
Yeah, that's right.
What the thresholds for types of engagement are and things like that.
Amy
It's not
will
to
pick
do.
that up. Yeah.
It doesn't it shouldn't mean what it looks like it means.
It looks funny in the context of,
Yeah.
as you say, road safety. Yep.
Okay.
Amy will
So
pick
that's
that up.
my grizzle.
Yep. You only allowed one today.
I did watch that program last night about grumpy old men, actually. It was quite good.
It was on early.
5:30 before tea.
Yeah. Robin, it was really good getting those figures from the MOT about the cost of deaths and serious
Yeah.
injuries to the community, to the country.
I thought it was 14.
So what I want to ask you is, when you add up all the expenditure we've put in just annually in the last year on that, that still doesn't equate to the figures showing in your report on a few pages, the figures of deaths and if we take the cost of the deaths and serious injuries happened in Hamilton, total of 43, that's nearly twice as much as what we're spending next year. So do you think there's room for increasing the spending on road safety related issues? It'll be up to us to do it, but in your opinion, in order to meet those costs to the community, or at least match them as a rule of thumb, should we not be spending more?
Without leading the witness, Your Honour.
Yeah. I would never do that. That's Councillor Perry Mason's job.
If you were to avail me of more funding, I would find worthy road safety projects to spend it on.
That's a good answer.
So Dave, just on that, I wonder if the future report then, it's an excellent point. So according to Jeff Penose, there's been 5 deaths in the last financial year in the city. So that's what, that's $25 million, $26, $27 million. So having that as what you're suggesting as a percentage or something, or some kind of relationship would be quite good. What we're spending to...
And that's assuming things like
In that
road
financial year?
resurfacing are all related to safety, and I'd say maybe half, if you're lucky, is specifically
Yeah.
helping with safety, and the other half's helping with motorists go faster, probably.
And because that's only deaths too, that's not deaths and serious injuries.
Yeah, they're just under $1 million each
Under $1
on
million,
average.
yeah.
Yeah. So but it was good to get that context. I know that's the cost
Yeah.
to the whole community, health and whatnot.
Yeah, but still, it's
but collectively, we
metric.
should be looking at that sort of
I
NZ
agree.
Inc. way of looking at it for road safety, I'd suggest.
Yeah.
The other question I had related to point 28, Robin, where you say early indication from Waka Kotahi like to be a shortfall. Surprise, surprise. But an article which I noticed Chris Allen forwarded to some of us last night, and I'd seen during the day yesterday, showed that in Auckland they're talking about a $400 million shortfall, and part of the article, if you read on, mentioned that almost every other jurisdiction in New Zealand was going to have a shortfall anyway, and there were actually published figures. So is there an update that you've got now for? It seemed like Auckland's already got its figures of the draft, so there must be some out for us somewhere.
I'm not aware of anything that's come through yet.
Okay, could we maybe update that as soon as we can get them? And because David Spears is coming in 2 weeks, week and a half, whatever it is, Amy, at the Strategic Growth Committee, and we can tackle them on that. They would like to have those figures to tackle them on that at that point, if possible. Clearly, if they can't even fund road safety fully, what hope is there for mode shift and things like that? Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave. Councillor Kish?
Thank you for your report, Robin. Just work-related road safety. You've mentioned the joint travel plan with Hamilton City, Waikato Regional, and then District Health Board. Just, do you have a status update? Is it finished or?
No, so basically the early investigation, getting all the data, interviews and that sort of thing has taken longer than hoped, and that was largely due to the IT issues that the hospital had, and basically giving them the space to deal with that rather than have people coming in and asking questions. We're wrapping that up over the next sort of month or two, and we'll have a series of recommendations. I guess the key thing is that this is only the starting point for a travel plan. It will identify the opportunities for where improved travel, travel modes can be looked at, and that will include things such as their end-of-trip journey facilities, ability to find your way around their site, as well as potentially bus timetables, those sorts of things. So it will be wide-ranging in the recommendations, and then it's a matter of actually making some of these things actually happen. So this is almost the easy part.
And will the commuter parking conversation link to that work?
I think the early commuter parking that's proposed for today's committee may have an impact on the Waiora site and Alexandra Street, but won't have much of an impact on their main campus because it's just too far away. But it's certainly part of that ongoing package.
Okay, and with the regional council as well,
Regional council as well, yes, and that was basically because of the public transport opportunities that exist.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Van Austin?
Well, yeah, thanks, Councillor Kesh. That was the line of inquiry I was interested in also, and can understand the need for the DHB to prioritise other more important issues that they might have. However, there's an awful lot at stake around that area, and with the growth that we're experiencing in that particular part of town, it will only get worse. Did also some of the solutions include some kind of subsidy from the DHB for staff use of public transport?
They're all of the sorts of things that get put into the mix, yes.
Right, and so they're willing to look for those kinds of options?
Well, I guess at this stage it's a report that's being produced by the working group and the consultants. Ultimately, once that's finished, that will have to work its way up through the DHB for adoption. The group that we've got working on it did work over in the Hawke's Bay, similar project over there 2 to 3 years ago. And we're really lucky to have on the team one of the ladies that was actually working for the Hawke's Bay DHB, but now working for the consultant, involved in the rollout of that. So they were certainly some of the things that they looked at. And they were able to see in the Hawke's Bay where they were able to no longer put more investment into more car parks on their site. They were actually able to better utilise the existing car parks and have, with that mode shift, we're able to not do an investment in parking that they had been anticipating. So that's certainly something from a hospital perspective they're excited about. Obviously, if they've got money to spend, they'd rather spend it on healthcare than car parks. So, so they're the sorts of outcomes that we're looking at, and we're working closely with them. But it will have to go through their processes.
Thank you. Thanks for that. And so a different question really with regard to road design. We talked in recent days about free left turns and the risk that they can have for pedestrians and cyclists and other road users. Is that something that, as a council, is worth investigation and looking to design out of our current network?
So the free left turns can actually provide for some improvements for pedestrians when they're crossing the main road, because it means that they've moved to the point where when they're crossing they don't have cars trying to turn across them. It's a matter of making sure that we get those left slips designed well. We do have a program of retrofitting the left slip lanes that we do have in the city with the raised platforms, opportunities for whether we can signalise them or put zebra crossings and that sort of thing. So that has been a piece of work that we've been trying to chip away at. I think that the design of the approaches is also very important. So the likes of Ward Street, where it used to be quite a long left slip lane, and that meant that vehicles could take it at speed, we know is not as good as the tight, what they call a tight and quite a short left slip, where that's the cars are going a lot slower. And so the safety stats that we've looked at still support the fact that there are some advantages in having those left slips if we can get them designed well.
Okay. And are there any other kind of obvious easy wins that can create safer road use for the whole of the spectrum that we aren't prioritising or need to prioritise?
I think at the end of the day, it's we've got plenty of programs. As I said in response to Councillor Dave, if you afford me some more money, I will find you some good projects.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. Robin, just in terms of the left turn slip lanes, because I'm quite passionate about them, I guess, have we looked at the user experience for pedestrians in terms of perception of time and things and difficulty in terms of crossing the road where particularly we add on, say, an additional 1 to 2 crossing points?
I haven't done that personally, no.
Okay. And the other thing is, what literature is out there in terms of the impact for cyclists, because they're often something that's raised in terms of being points of conflict where drivers don't necessarily properly look out for a bike before just veering left.
And that's where I think the short left turn slip versus a long one is really important, because it reduces that conflict point. The reality is that every driveway, side road is also, again, one of those conflict points where more and more we're going to have to try and educate motorists to be looking for cyclists.
Is that, because that's something I've been thinking about as well, the fact that you have so many conflict points no matter how well we engineer things. Do you know if there's, if central government is looking at actually changing the onus on drivers to be more akin to overseas, where, you know, there really is an onus on the driver to be the one looking out for people who are more vulnerable on the roads?
So the Accessible Streets Regulatory Package that was put out by the Ministry end of 2019, and we did submissions through into early 2020, included in that priority around pedestrians and cyclists at side roads, for example. And it also tidied up a lot of the problems that we have at the moment as to where you can legally ride e-scooters and those sorts of things. Unfortunately, that piece of work doesn't seem to have moved anywhere just yet. So that's, that's where it sits, is at that national level. And as part of that proposed change, there was an education campaign included and funding included in that. And from memory, our submission indicated that we thought that the funding that they were proposing for that education was quite woeful and needed to be beefed up.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. Thank you, Robin. If I didn't say it before, if you didn't hear me, excellent report. So I'm going to move the staff recommendation on page 31 that the Port received, seconded by Councillor Van Osten, who is happy to second that. Just a couple of quick words, I guess, if I'm directing attention to the trend data on page 45, which again aligns with what the inspector was showing us today with his numbers. The trend data here clearly shows a relationship, I think, between when we install safer speed measurements. You can see that crashes involving inappropriate speed by financial year are trending down since 2017. So I think that that's a positive thing. It also shows that the crashes at intersections are trending down since 2017, since I think we've ramped up, or certainly signed up to Road to Zero and ramped up our safety applications in these areas. And again, if you look on the right, crashes involving alcohol don't sort of follow while they went down in 2020 because we were all in lockdown. They don't follow that same trend at the moment because alcohol is not a lever really that we can pull, but safer speeds and slowing things down is a lever we can pull. So I think there's a direct relationship there, and it's so great to see that visually. Councillor Bunting?
Thank you very much. I'll just draw people's attention to two little things I just want to very briefly address. One on page 34. I'm just my heart sings when I see that the Puketaha Gordonton thing goes through and is happening in the next year. That's really good news. And thank you for members' bravery in helping us with that in the long-term plan. And secondly, I want to point out page 41. There's some unsung heroes, I think, in that area that Robin works in, and that's the likes of Cam working with the schools. I think they do tireless work and they do really good stuff. So I'd like to give them a shout out because I think they're making a real difference in that, if you like, soft skills stuff that doesn't get a lot of attention. So I just want to give them a bit of a rev and say they're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson?
Yeah, just Bunty sparked me to want to speak in relation to the work in schools, reminding people of the fact that came up just last week. We have one school travel plan coordinator at the moment. We used to have 3. Partly that was down to a Waka Kotahi or NZTA then special funding program that helped us get there. Partly was because our council decided at that time had decided to put more money in when all the cuts happened. And 2 mayors back, that was cut. It needs to be restored if we're not going to give the right education to youngsters in their school years. It's going to be very hard to shift the culture later on. And so I would foreshadow, and I may not be the first one that's done this, annual plan move to start working on that. And it'd be nice if staff could do a bit of a potential funding plan so that we can say this will work or that won't work, or so that when we come to putting up things, the annual plan, there's some sort of a bit of science behind it. So I'm just saying, while we're doing some good work in that area, we need to do a hell of a lot more good work than we're actually able to at the moment.
Dave, I'm happy to add that to the motion if you want it, because we talk about school travel planning here, so...
Yep. If you want to add some appropriate wording, that would be fantastic.
That staff prepare a report in time for to inform the annual plan on
enhancing the school travel plan, the school travel coordinator program?
Yes. Yep.
Chair, can I suggest you add into it, explore also partnership opportunities? And I mean, I don't think it's council's responsibility.
And Sarah
and the police and the police too.
And the Ministry of Education.
So isn't that part of the report though, that you will explore partnerships and
funding?
We'll add that. That's part
to explore partnership options. Keep it reasonably vague, but I think we should be going out and seeing who else should be coming to the table rather than the ratepayer.
Yep. That's a core principle of our financial strategy anyway, but if you want to have it into the motion, that's fine. Yeah. Yep. Cool. Is that all right with you, Maxine? Because you're the seconder. Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Just give us also for the new councillor some historical context as to why those positions dropped off, and just evidence of the really positive work that's done in the past, if you would, in the report. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to voice support also for looking again at our resourcing for school travel plans and coordinators. It's just an issue that is not going to get better unless we actually proactively address it. And I think there's actually a really good opportunity with schools because we have, while it's going to take a lot of work to get a safe cycling network, we actually have footpaths which, with some safer crossing points and other measures like slower speeds, can be a really safe and good network for kids to use to get to school. And there's options, for example, like having points maybe 500 metres or a kilometre away from the school where kids are dropped off and they walk together in a walking school bus. And systems like that have worked really successfully in other places, including in Tauranga. So we actually have an easy, low-hanging fruit when it comes to schools if we work with the school community to identify those barriers and fix them, but also provide some support in terms of things like the walking school buses. It really is a no-brainer, and I don't think it's something we can just say it's the school's problem. we need to work together with them and put some resourcing in. But 100% support talking to partners to see what we can do in that space.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher?
Thanks to Robin, Jason and the whole team in this area. And obviously, you know, when we are at AP time, it comes down obviously to money. And Robin's clearly explained that you can do X with a certain quantum and you can do Y with another quantum. The thing that I'm really keen on around our urban intensification is the Robin's point about, you know, if there's an opportunity for roadworks, where does the slow speeds fit into that? So if there's doing multi, you know, stuff. The only, so in other words, and I think Palmerston Street to me is a good example of where great design, you know, now it's, you know, self-explaining. At the moment it's a 50k, logically there's a point where it comes 40k just because of traffic volume. But in that area you've still got cul-de-sacs which are known to me where you would be impossible to do 50k because you'd get to the end of it and go into the river very quickly. But that picks up the point that our police representatives were saying around, you know, they can't enforce motorists to do 80k when 100k is dangerous if in fact the speed limit says you can do 50, and unfortunately some people are still very literal. They don't see us, they see it as what you can do as against a guide. So I'm very much looking forward to the next tranche of work that we can just pick up some of those 50k where it's grossly inappropriate, e.g. the cul-de-sacs, and how do we keep rolling out the 40k in our neighbourhood areas so that streets, you know, when cyclists are on the road in a cul-de-sac or a neighbourhood street, by reducing speed limits and good design, then, dare I say it, streets can be for people and cars and bikes.
Thank you, Councillor. Then other speakers, just for information, in terms of workplace travel plans, Sarah and I met with, you'll recall a couple of chairs reports ago, oh gosh, might have been the beginning of the year, I had the aspiration of wanting to have a transport forum so that the members of the public and stakeholders could come in an informal, fun environment and talk about all things mode shift and all sorts of things. So we met with Robin the other day and we've decided the first transportation forum will be about workplace travel plans. We're going to have it off-site and it'll be fun. So you'll all get the invitation to that, and it'll be sort of like almost like a mini expo type, but with some speakers and things like that. So I'm really excited about that. All right, so we'll put that to the vote just on a show of hands. All those in favour? Thank you. There are none opposed. That's carried. Thank you, everyone. Depending on how long these go, I'm just looking, I know we're not going to break for lunch quite now, so we'll try and aim for a lunch break at 1. Hopefully we'll get through the next 2 items. So we're up to item 8. Now this is the item 9, Ward Street interim design. There is also some information. What's that? Yeah, we'll zoom through this one. And also obviously some data reported back, etc. And I know we're going to have a positive, collegial and robust discussions and debate. So hi Jason, thank you. Do you want to present your report or take it as read?
Highlights just to emphasise. So Innovating Streets Ward Street probably doesn't need any introduction. But I just wanted to thank you for the kind words that you said about me this morning. And the reason I raised that, because a lot of my focus when I'm dealing with issues, especially like this one, is focusing on the people. You know, where's the common ground? What are the issues that we're trying to work through? And this has been quite a complex project to work through. That said, we are wanting to get to a position today where you've got an option that we can put in as an interim option. An interim does mean it would be in place for like 2, maybe 3 years while we work on the permanent design for Ward Street and tie it into other development that is happening on Ward Street. So you see before you, following the extraordinary council meeting back in July, there are 5 options that staff have put in this report. At the time of preparing this report, I didn't have all the information that I would have liked, and one of those pieces was the independent safety review. of the four options that went to them. So as a result of that, there are two options in there that I would not be comfortable putting in as an interim solution, and those are options E and F, or the ones that have the bi-directional cycle lanes in them. The feedback that we've got from the independent auditor or safety audit is that there are some challenges around what we do with cyclists at the intersections, as well as treating them through the more busier access points on Ward Street, i.e. Kmart, the warehouse, and the access point from Wintec. So I had a meeting or a drop-in session with elected members on Friday afternoon to explain some of that. Hopefully you found that informative. I did have a couple of drop-in sessions with stakeholders who were interested last week as well. So over the 2 days, we had probably about 20 people come through. So not a high sample size. They wouldn't be aware of the information that I'm sharing with you now about the safety audit. So there were some who liked options E and F, and I said, look, I would raise that here. Others like C and D. So there was no real consensus across the 20 stakeholders. But from a professional point of view, I would be uncomfortable in instructing staff to go with E or F at this stage. I'm happy to take the rest of the report as read and just answer any questions.
Okay, thanks, Jason. Before we move to questions, I'll just get governance. I received a motion from the Deputy Mayor, and so we'll just get that on the board, just so we can have oversight of it. And also Councillor Wilson has an amendment, again, just for oversight. We won't go into the members for explanation yet, because we want to get into the details of the report and questions, so I'll get those popped up. And thanks, Jason, for presenting your report. So we'll go to questions of the report. Councillor Naidu Rock. Oh, you were leaning, so... Oh, sorry, I was trying. No? Okay. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. Jason, there was a session for business for stakeholders. Is that right? The
Yeah, correct. Tuesday and Thursday last week.
Okay. So did we invite PwC to that?
Yes, we did indirectly. So I sent out an email to all those who were previously in the co-design email list, and then through Vanessa, through the Hamilton Central Business Association, I asked that she send it out through her contacts as well, just to make sure we had that coverage.
So the invite came from the CBD Association?
Yes.
But you meant it to be that way, did you? Because they...
Just to make sure that we covered, if they weren't included in the co-design list.
Okay.
And look, we will look to update those details, because I believe, talking to Mark from PwC, that he knew about the drop-in sessions through Vanessa and not through us directly.
Okay. They were a little surprised that they didn't hear directly from the council, given that they'd taken part in the two meetings.
Yeah. Mark did make that clear to me. Yeah.
Okay. The report there talks about there hasn't been, over the course of the trial, there hasn't been an increase in the number of cyclists using Ward Street.
Yeah, correct.
But it doesn't talk about how many cyclists are using it, or how many did use it.
Yeah, okay. I do have that figure in my head.
I just don't understand why they had the number of pedestrians in the report down to the last detail, but they didn't have the number of cyclists.
Yeah, sorry. The report is still draft, and I have asked our consultant to update it, and I will ask that they update it with that information. But
do you know why they left it off?
No, I don't.
So you can't tell me how many cyclists used Ward Street?
It is around like 60 per day.
Right.
But that's just me just trying to recall what the figures were.
Okay.
60 or 60? 60.
How much would it cost? I've got a motion up there about which would restore Ward Street to the way it was, except for a pedestrian crossing somewhere, and keeping the 30 Ks. How much would that cost?
Look, I would expect it to be in the order of the same as option G, which is around like 300,000.
Okay. All right. So it's at the lower end of, given the other costs of the other options, which are Because there's 500, a couple of them are
Yes,
costing.
yep.
Okay, so 300, okay. All right. There were last question, thanks Chair. There were 17 goals for the Innovating Streets trial for Ward Street. Why is it that only one of them mentions business? Why were they not focused on business more than that?
I can't answer that question, to be honest, Deputy Mayor Taylor. Only because I've reviewed what premise was set up. I haven't gone into the detail of okay, what was the rationale for setting up all those measures.
Okay, okay. Because it's a business street. Businesses are on the street. I would have thought more than 1 out of 17 goals would have that. But anyway, okay. That's right. Thanks, Chair.
On trying to find out who actually set the goals, because I know that we didn't. We as in council.
So I'm just looking at Martin Parks in the back. I believe it was the co-design.
Oh, Martin, do you want to join Jason?
Workshops.
Yeah, through the chair, a number of those goals were set through the co-design workshop process. So, and some of those goals were also set by Waka Kotahi with regards to the, releasing the funding for the project to Hamilton City Council. So,
yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Did you have a follow-up? Yeah.
Question how open-minded the goals were, because the one that related to.
Yeah.
Can I ask how open-minded this question was in relation to business? Because it said, demonstrate the removal of on-street car parks has a neutral or positive impact on customer numbers, not find out if it has a neutral, positive or negative, but demonstrate that it has a neutral or positive. Is that not preordaining the response you want?
I'm not sure really, to be honest with you, but I mean, the whole premise behind Innovating Streets, I mean, it was obviously new to us as a council and new to councils around the country, but the idea behind it was to create an environment that would actually draw more people in. So in itself was, the desire was to attract those people into that space who would then support the businesses in that area. So, it's people that actually create vibrancy and then stay and spend money. So I think that was the sort of the basic premises behind Innovating Streets, that if we got more people into that area, it would have a positive impact on the businesses there.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Gallagher?
Yes, thank you. Just addressing the Councillor Wilson and the Chair's motion, can you just you say bringing back the 2 lanes, can you just clarify what that will kind of look like? So as I understand it, what I witnessed there is a sort of kind of current status quo, but just the adjustment of the 2 lanes. Can you just clarify?
Sure.
That?
So pre-trial on the approaches to both intersections, the intersections split into 2 lanes.
Yeah.
And so we're looking to reinstate those to address, we hear a lot of, I'm still hearing a lot of feedback around the amount of delay it takes to get through Ward Street, congestion that it's creating. Returning it back to 2 lanes on the approaches will help address that. And to do that successfully, there's a requirement to basically clean up the carriageway, to actually remark it so it's very clear that it is back to 2 lanes.
Okay, no, thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Zoom land. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. I wonder, I guess, firstly, just maybe a bit of a procedural question through you, Chair and movers. We've heard a lot, well, arguably there's been a lot of learnings from this process, and I'm really keen to capture them, but I fear that we're not going to capture them in terms of a single source of truth. And I wonder if, in terms of the mover of the motion and the amendment, whether they'd accommodate an additional line saying that the learnings from this process will be identified and reported back on. And the rationale for that is because we can take those learnings not only with the ongoing Innovating Street process or this particular street, but even other learnings throughout the organisation.
Great idea. Councillor Wilson's nodding, the Deputy Mayor's nodding, so we'll get wording to that effect. Great suggestion. And Eva Lisa's nodding as well. That'd be really, really valuable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so thanks for that. On to my questions. I guess my first question, I I don't know if they're in the room, the reports that we've seen on both items, but I'll speak obviously to this one, by the consultants MRC Hadney.
Yep.
Are they here to answer questions specific to their report today?
No, they're
No,
not.
they're not. No.
Okay. Well, I'll ask a few questions, but I guess that's a little bit frustrating in that we've been seeking this data and information to make an informed decision, which is really critical. And I'll start to ask some of my questions to see if staff can answer them. But, the first one would be on page 64. It talks about, obviously one of the goals was to enhance community pride in the space, and they've said we've achieved that, but then we didn't achieve the goal on the attractiveness of the street. So I just wondered, how do we enhance community pride and yet fail on the attractiveness of the street? That's my first question.
I'm not really in the position to talk to that in any detail. Sorry, Councillor.
No, I'll go to my next question then. It said the project, this is page 64 of Diligent, attracted a lot of media attention and there were a range of different views on the design. This was not captured as part of the formal evaluation data. And I guess adding to that, so there was the media feedback, but also our own HCC social media channels, which had a ton of feedback. So my question is, why was this information not captured and fed into the report?
Look, I've spoken to staff about that. There was a position that, feedback from social media didn't necessarily mean that they were people who had experienced the streets themselves. In saying that, what I did ask staff to do is have a look at the feedback that we were receiving, because in attachment 8, I just summarised from all the survey data that we were getting, the common themes that were coming through. And I was just really interested from the social media comments, were they in keeping with that feedback? And the majority of it was, in terms of what people liked or disliked about what we were doing on Ward Street in particular.
I'm sorry, Jason, that that's going to a personal subjective opinion, because I could say, based on the feedback, I'd say the 90% was radically opposed. So without getting into debate with you, my next question was, and this was what I like to question in the report, it talked about they couldn't use it because Hamiltonians, they didn't know if they made the baseline stats, i.e. people had to be surveyed on their experience of Ward Street prior to Innovating Street to therefore qualify. And I guess my question is, who's to define the baseline? I mean, just about all of Hamiltonians will have some experience with Ward Street. So I guess I'm testing that, and that's the whole undercurrent of the report.
So there was surveys done on-site on both Ross Trevor and Ward Street prior to any physical changes taking place. So I assume that's the baseline data or surveys that they're referring to in the report. And again, during the trial, it was based on interception surveys that were carried out during the trial period. So it wasn't based on feedback from social media.
I guess my other question to the writers of the report is, if they just surveyed people in the area, and I can't speak to Ross Trevor Street because there are no people in the area, but I'll stick to the item before it's Ward Street. How do you define people in the area when there's some shops and some walkers by, but yet all of Hamiltonians, and this is the trouble with roads, all of them are stakeholders to some point. So I guess, how do you define stakeholders with a road?
It's just a sample of those who are there at the time that they're carrying out the interception surveys, with a sample of people who were surveyed or communicated with.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chair, for your grace. I'm coming to an end.
It's okay.
This is about the fifth question that I haven't had an answer to. So my fifth question is, what was the sample size? I did struggle to see that in your report.
unfortunately, I don't have that information.
Okay.
Oh.
So is,
Sorry, there is the sample size of the feedback that was taken on the street is in the report, and it's on page 92 of 333 for Ward Street, where the responses in terms of the feedback responses were included in that in terms of the on-street. So in response to your question around, is it 300?
Just under 300. Is that the 124 positive, 109 negative? Is that what you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So sorry, I'm looking at the actual paper copy. So in diligent.
280-ish.
Page
is the
280-ish.
sample size on the street.
Yeah, on the street. And so just to add to Jason's comments around the use of social media, this is a new process to us, and the key concepts I know that it's a tactical urbanism word that is being bandied around that not many people understand, but for the Innovating Streets process, it was about people experiencing the street live, and it's about the people who attended the street, where the feedback was based as a hierarchy higher than the social media aspects that came through of those that potentially weren't on the street. And so this is a learning for us in terms of capturing all data that on any project and how we utilise that data and report on that. So the Innovating Streets was around focusing on the live testing of people using the street and experiencing the street rather than the social media aspects that could be alike or have comments yet haven't actually fully been there. And that's where the baseline data of people who had been on the street and the other feedback survey data of people on the street as a comparison was used for the Innovating Streets program. Again, first time we've done this, and it's a real learning for us to actually capture all the data that's coming through, particularly all the community feedback. And as Jason said, that social media was considered in terms of the trends. And Martin, you can add to that.
Yeah, and just adding to that through the chair, that we took a lot of guidance on how to do this from Waka Kotahi, who are obviously setting the scene around the country for how councils were going to approach these projects and what they needed to do as part of the process to ensure we got the 90% funding for the project. So, yeah, we had to take a steer from Waka Kotahi.
Thank you. Does that help answer your questions, Councillor?
Yeah, it helps. Look, I appreciate there's the motion, the amendment, but because I feel the information specific to the consultants involved in the report aren't here, I'd like to put a procedural motion that we defer this until the next meeting and have them present, if I've got a seconder.
Okay, as a understanding orders, you can put that as a procedural motion, and without debate, I have to take that. So, do we have?
Need to have the wording of it, please.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's just do that.
Essentially, that we defer these decisions until the next infrastructure meeting, with a view to have the writers of the consult or the report present.
Okay, we'll just get that wording done. And is there a seconder? So Councillor Bunting will second that. And just for committee, in case the procedural motion's lost, governance have written up on Deputy Mayor's motion and Councillor Wilson's amendment that added the extra one, request staff report back to the Infrastructure Operations Committee with the learnings from the Innovating Streets trial process. Is that a, oh, yeah. Another workshop would be better, but it's more of a roll your sleeves up. Anyway. Would you be happier with a workshop, Johan, for that, with MC Cagney there? No, in the learnings part, not the procedural motion. So can we change our one to that? Do you want the same, Deputy Mayor, or are you happy with it to come to a formal meeting? Oh, are you the deputy mayor? Sorry, Ryan, we're just waiting for governance to type that up, so we're just chatting. Ewan and I have just changed, Ryan's suggestion on the learnings is to come to the committee, but I feel that's a bit formal. We could have the writers of the MR Cagney to a briefing or a drop-in or a workshop and have more of a conversation that way. So we're going to change our amendment to reflect that. Do you want to do that, or are you happy for it just to come straight to a formal meeting? No, I'm yeah. Yeah, but we're just having a. I'm just trying to be efficient with time. You okay with it as well? Okay. All right. So we have a
procedural motion just gets put.
Yeah, no, I know that.
Are you inviting everyone into that debate?
No, we're not having debate. We're talking about something completely different. While governance.
We're talking about procedural motion.
No, we're not. No, I said no. I know the standing orders. I've been here a little while. We're. Oh, okay. I was waiting for the governance staff to. No, it's not Councillor Wilson. It's Councillor Hamilton. I was waiting for the governance staff to type. They're doing 1,000 things at once to type the procedural motion. I was just having a conversation with my colleagues in the meantime, not about the procedural motion. Okay, so the procedural motion is on the board. Without debate, we will put that. You can all read the procedural motion that the Infrastructure Operations Committee defers the matter to the next meeting of the Infrastructure Operations Committee. All those in favour, let's do that on the board. Our governance are asking. Can you call that out as well as the Zoomers? Oh. Zoomers, can you use your electronic buttons, yes or no, please?
Okay, hang on.
The motion is lost, noting that Councillor Hamilton and Mayor Southgate have voted for by audiovisual link.
Okay, great, thank you. So the motion is lost, so we continue. Councillor Hamilton, does that dispose of your questions?
Yes, and back to your conversation around the
motion and amendment, yeah.
Staff report, yeah, look, I'm happy with that too.
You're cool? Okay.
And I guess just to clarify for staff, it's the journey mapping from where to go with that, from SLT to staff, to elected members, just the whole process of what we did and what we didn't do.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so thank you. So let's continue with questions. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. A couple of quick questions first. Did the consultants consider a bi-directional cycle lanes down the middle of the street as an option? No, okay. Okay. Second question is, and this might be a question to the proposer of the amendment, what will be the effect on the number of car parks in terms of the amendment versus the motion?
That's to staff, not...
Oh, for staff? Okay. Well,
because they'll have the numbers.
The amendment doesn't really say which of the options, does it? It has been...
No, it's status quo plus.
Status quo, what's there at the moment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So but putting, sorry,
So can I,
or Jason can talk to his.
So currently with the option we have then now, which is option G, we have 18 car parks available to the general public. There's 4 mobility car parks in the loading zone.
Yep.
Going to the amendment there, because we will be putting back 2 lanes on the approaches, there are some car parks that will be removed from outside Waikato Regional Council. So you'll end up having 15 as opposed to 18 general car parks.
Yeah.
At the stage, you would lose 2 of the mobility car parks and keep the 1 loading zone.
So the lanes referred to in the amendment are cycle lanes, are they?
The traffic.
We're
lanes.
putting back, so on the approaches to the intersections
Yeah, okay.
to address the queuing and the congestion.
Yeah, okay, and so that will take away those car parks. I understand now. We've touched in the questions on Waka Kotahi's role in terms of the design and what conditions may have been put on council to in the final design. And I've got a little bit of feedback that to some extent that they became conditions because of their high level of funding. Do you think on reflection, the conditions that Waka Kotahi put on Hamilton in both cases were in fact unreasonable, or would not have been the design features that council would have put in had it been not funded to the extent of 90%?
Look, from my perspective, I don't think they were unreasonable. I think how we've actually, I suppose, set the project up, you know, I may have looked at it differently, but that's me looking in hindsight. So I know we were talking about lessons learned and things that you might want to come back, but we've already started that as staff. So, no, look, I like to think that we could have worked with what Waka Kotahi was looking to get out of this project as well, and it could have been and it will be a good outcome, I'm confident of that. We're just going through a bit of, I suppose, tune at the moment before we get to the through the other side.
Okay, so if we go ahead with the amendment, and we have that, and I'll just go back to it now, we have that, what's called an interim design, and we're expecting Waka Kotahi to fund that. Are we, you know, given that they've already funded 90%, we're asking them to fund an interim design, and then when we do the permanent design, we'll be asking them to fund 51%. Have they indicated to us that they're up to that they are lining up and are ready to meet these funding options, or could we, with the amendment, end up funding what needs to be done now without any subsidy from Waka Kotahi?
No, we've had staff have had discussions with Waka Kotahi as we've been going over this with elected members on Friday, just to make sure that we're aligned with them. So the indications are there that they'll support us going forward.
Okay. And so if we do this interim design in 2 or 3 years' time, I think you mentioned 2 years, and we do a final design based on what feedback we've had and how well it's operating, there's another lot of funding that Waka Kotahi are likely to provide to complete the whole of the project?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Just give notice that I will be seconding Deputy Mayor Taylor's motion.
Thank you.
Okay, those are my
Councillor.
questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Oh, right. So, yeah, I'm in a bit of a quandary now. So we don't know what we learned. Is that right? What have we learned?
In terms of lessons learned?
Yes. Because with a trial, you kind of do it to learn stuff.
Oh, right. So in terms of like the report that MR Cagney have pulled together, they've given us their initial, and that's why I've kept it as draft because we're wanting to finalise that with them. Right. Their initial findings of what we've learnt about the trial. And so that's what's covered in the report. They did say that not many of those objectives were actually achieved. Mind you, we only had the trial in place for, I think it was around 5 weeks. I think initially when the trial was planned, it was going to be a lot longer, I think 10 to 12 weeks. Mm-hmm. But there were reasons why that trial period was condensed to just a 5-week period.
Yeah, of course. So do we have any data, because there's none in here, about our own practices, and this is what Ryan was alluding to earlier on, I think, including, you know, the urgent meeting and the truncation of the thing, and that. Do we have any? Are we going to see that sort of data in this report that we've asked for in this motion?
Yes, if that's, I believe the request that's been asked for in terms of lessons learnt is the process from the beginning to where we are today.
So do we have any initial thoughts on that, on what's going to be in that report? Because surely we've made some observations.
The observations that we have learnt, that we've learnt loud and clear is around communication and what that, how we do that and engagement. The co-design process we thought was going to be really good, but obviously there are aspects of the co-design process and the communication that we have learnt in terms of improvements, and we have heard the community loud and elected members loud and clear in terms of how that occurs, and also the processes around, I guess some things do take time to ensure safety, and actually for trials about embedding in. And the one thing we have learnt is change is hard for all of us, particularly when it upsets your everyday life. But it's about how we change and move through that change, and we communicate that change is important.
Could I get your assurance that in that report about our learnings, about it won't just be focused on staff, elected members, reactions and the likes will be included in that? Because we need to hear about that as well. We need to give ourselves an uppercut if we've messed it up as well.
Yes, and I think the workshop will be able to provide that good feedback.
Yeah, look, and I'm anticipating it won't be pleasant, but that's got to be done. Good, okay. Couple of things. Jeff's, Deputy Mayor's question about business and that, did we actually get any figures on how their business was affected at all? Did we ask them for numbers pre and after? I know there were reports floating around about people losing money.
Yeah.
No.
But we didn't measure that?
No.
Okay.
They did talk about dollars, but there wasn't anything to substantiate that coming forward. So.
But did we ask?
No.
Okay. With the mana whenua issue there, notice we didn't measure it. How were we going to measure that, the awareness of mana whenua narratives around that?
As part of the interception survey.
It was on the questionnaire, wasn't it?
Just seeing what kind of, what responses we got back from that.
Okay. So there was no measure, and I'm just trying to clarify this in my head. We only asked the people who went to the street, not the people who wouldn't go to the street. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I've got a big question at the end, which hasn't been answered yet, but this question about the trucks and heavy vehicles dropping down, I noticed that also coincided with the completion of the Regional Council building. Did you reckon that had an effect? Was that going to drop anyway?
Yes, I would say yes. The baseline data was taken back in February, so I know there was construction happening at that time as well.
Yeah.
So that could have been an influence. Yeah.
Okay. Last question, and I might have missed it in here. I couldn't find it anywhere. How much did it cost? The whole thing?
The project total,
including the report, including the whole thing. Yeah.
Yep. So basically, the cost for, if you go to section or point 48 of the report, which is on page 53 of Diligent.
Yeah.
So the actual cost for, so the budget's approved, what was assigned.
So yes, I see that one there where we spent 370,000. Is that all we spent on it?
No, and then the Innovating Streets for Ward Street was 808,000.
Yeah.
I've combined both Ward and Ross Trevor Street in these financial figures, but just looking specifically at Ward Street, it was 808,000.
So did we go over budget, under budget, on budget?
We went over, like the original budget was set at 900,000 for both sites.
Yep.
And then as part of the approval process, there was another 370,000 that was assigned to this project. And that's where you get the total funding of around 1.3 million for the projects.
Yep.
And how we've actually allocated that between the projects is what I was really interested in. Like overall, have we actually stayed within that limit that we set? And what this report is saying, we have. The split is 800,000 to Ward and roughly 440,000 against Ross Trevor.
And did that include the remediation?
Yes.
So that was within that envelope?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Okay, look, no, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm done for the mo.
Thank you. Councillor Naidu-Rolfe.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions in regards to what you were just talking about with the total car parks, I didn't get the rest of the answer. So at the moment it's 18. With the amendment, it'll drop to 15. With the motion, what would the total be?
Sorry, it is quite small for me to see the motion is that the option G enhanced, is it?
No, the motion is
Oh, going back to what we had previously,
the
sorry.
it'll be all the original car parks.
So we'll be up to around 40
40-ish, yeah.
40
okay.
car parks.
And then in terms of cost, we mentioned the motion would cost around 300, I think you said, 300,000.
Yeah.
What would the cost for the amendment be? Which is the reinstating,
Yeah, it would be around 300,000 again.
so both are similar
Yeah.
costs. And then in the report, it mentions that whatever we decide will come out of the year one of the LTP budget, is that right?
Correct.
So, and then the figure for that year one is, I think I saw 1 point something rather, 1.5.
Yeah.
So what misses out, like the 1.5 was obviously budgeted for some sort of project work.
It's allocated for Ward Street in terms of helping to prepare the permanent design. So I've taken like going into the interim option is helping in the development of our permanent design based on all the trial data that we've collected to date from the Innovating Streets.
Yep.
Is now going to help us help inform that decision-making process. And so the part of the making those permanent design decisions, we need a holding treatment, and this is part of that.
So that 1.5 was planned for this interim?
I'm not too sure if it was planned when they initially thought of that, but that's how I've actually looked to make sure we can fund it from budgets that we currently have assigned to Ward Street to help implement the permanent design.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Jason.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. Jason, I'm still needing a little bit of more clarity on the finance numbers there. So in terms of, just to start with, in terms of the money essentially left over, so there was some unspent, is that correct?
Yes, in terms of the overall budget.
Yeah, overall. So does that go towards the interim solution? Or does that partly go back to Waka Kotahi? How does...
No, well, any unspent funds we won't claim subsidy against, and so our portion of that would sit on our books.
Yeah.
Whether in the wash up, I suppose, of the transport activity is how I would be viewing it. So to make it very clear that we're separating the trial portion from the interim / permanent going forward, I want to do that from separate budgets.
Yeah. Okay. And thank you. And with the just with that overall amount for the trial, I was just not totally clear on where the money for the design work for Ward Street and the two intersections fitted in. Was that included in the overall figure, which
for the trial,
or
yes.
was it because what was the reason for including it in the overall figure when it really is kind of quite separate in some ways, other than being informed by the trial? It's not really,
I'm just so unclear. So you're talking about on the intersections.
There was money in there in one of those tables for designing the permanent solution for Ward Street and the two intersection upgrades.
Yep.
Was that
So that's not part of the trial.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Okay. No, that's good. Thank you. Finally, my understanding is that Ward Street's been needing a reseal for quite a long time. How come some of this isn't, in terms of the interim treatment, kind of deemed maintenance and renewals, given it's kind of been overdue, I think, for several years in terms of being resealed? Yeah,
look, we'll be talking to Waka Kotahi about what's the right budget to fund it from. Only because like the permanent design may change again in 3 years' time. So really what we're putting in place is a holding treatment. So the resurfacing option will be appropriate to give us the 2 to 3 years that we need. And we do need to resurface it as opposed to just trying to black everything out to make it safe and legible for road users.
Okay, thank you. I have a question. In terms of parking, what are we seeing at the moment in terms of availability of car parking and turnover? Are there any issues with, availability now?
Look, there's a higher turnover. Pre-trial, we had a lot of P120s or 2-hour parking. Now we have P30s and P60s with a couple of P10s in there. So you're getting a higher level of turnover. It's really, because none of it is censored at the moment. Going forward, once we do the interim option, I would expect those parking bays to be censored. But at the moment, it seems to be okay. You talk to some businesses who have clients who would want to stay there longer than 60 minutes, and they're saying, look, we want more opportunities. It's a bit of a balancing act with the available space and what they are providing for their clients as well.
Okay, thank you. It would be good to, I guess, have more robust data but I'll leave that for debate on the parking. But in terms of the numbers of cyclists using the street, it was basically inconclusive, or it didn't show an increased number. Martin, what are your thoughts in terms of, I guess, it's a very small addition to the network, and you kind of, to get more people, you need better connectivity. Are we setting unrealistic goals in terms of we're going to expect a big uptick from cyclists by adding only a couple of 100 metres to a network?
Through the chair, I mean, you're correct, it is a small addition. The feedback that I've been getting from some people is that cyclists do feel safer using that part of the network, though. I mean, safety has definitely improved by the separation. But you're right, until we get other parts of the network connecting up, particularly out to the west, then the likelihood in getting large numbers coming through here on bikes is small at the moment. But yeah, it's all part of a bigger puzzle. You've just got to keep adding to it, and then once we get the key connections done, then we'll see the numbers significantly increase. That's the experience from other parts of the country.
Okay. And final question is just the time frame of that trial. Was that, do you think, an issue in terms of actually giving people an opportunity to change travel behaviour? If they went, oh, now I can get exactly to where I want to go safely.
That's a difficult question to answer. Ideally, you'd want a trial for at least a 3-month period, if not longer, for some of this stuff to really impact on people's way they might decide to get to and from work or whatever. I think, obviously, Jason said, I think earlier, the trial was only for about 4 or 5 weeks, maybe even less, but it certainly wasn't long enough to really change behaviour in that respect. Although the cycle lanes have remained, they have changed a bit. We're still getting some reasonable feedback from the cyclists that are using it, saying, they're grateful for the cycle lanes being there, and they do feel safe because they are generally separated away from passing traffic.
With the staff member?
No. Do you just want clarification on that question?
Sorry to interrupt. Yes, please. I mean, Martin, the length of the trial, we do have a clear amount of time that the trial went for. I think you said 3 or 4 weeks, or maybe a bit more, but it was more than that. Can we clarify the amount of time the trial actually went for?
Yeah, so the trial was in place for 5 weeks.
Thank you.
Yeah, great, thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, thanks.
Who's seat 9?
Madam Chair. Gentlemen, thank you for the report. I've just got a couple of questions relating predominantly to page 52. And I'd like to drill slightly deeper into the cost. And it would be helpful if your answers are the equivalent of talking to an Australian, so keep it really simple. Is it true to say that we felt that 90% of the funding for innovating streets was going to come from the Transport Agency?
Correct.
If I read item 45, it tells me the Transport Agency agreed to fund a project budget of innovating streets to a total quantum of $486,450. Is that correct?
Yes.
Wonderful. In item 46, it goes on to say that the total budget allocated to complete the Ward Street project was $910,500.
Correct.
Help explain to me %90 of 910,500 is not 486,450.
So is that the question, Councillor? Okay. So in the agreement that we had with Waka Kote initially for Innovating Streets Ward Street, in item 44, give a total budget of $540,500, of which then it's split out between what was the Waka Kote share and our share in line 45. So in addition to that level of funding, in item 43, we talk about the approval of the extra 370 reassigned from the Transport Improvement Program, and that was in light of the scope of the project. So that's where hopefully the table is trying to make it clear about, okay, this is the funding that was allocated.
I agree with you. It's 370. Yeah. So at no stage was this project really funded by the Transport Agency at 90%.
Wow. Yeah. I hear what you're saying. The best way I could answer that is by trying to be clear on that breakdown, because I have shown the 90 versus the 10% versus the 49-51 split.
Thank you. So am I correct in saying what this council did was we approved 370,000 in addition to the 10% that we would have been obligated to have provided in line with our 90-10% ratio?
Yes.
So this council, having been aware that the narrative was that the project was funded by the Transport Agency to 90%, in fact passed a resolution that ignored that and spent 370,000 in addition to the original obligation of 10%.
I don't know if you've actually ignored that. I just know that the additional 370 was made available to deliver this project.
Okay. All right. Can you help me, and I think you may have already answered it, but just to remove any ambiguity, the quantums here include any sums of any amounts of money that took us from the initial trial layout to where we are now?
Yes.
Final question. Thanks, Jason. While you were removing the paint, what have you discovered in terms of the most efficient way to put the street back to the way it was? Do we really have to resurface, or have we discovered that we can sandblast off or water blast off the paint?
No, look, resurfacing would be the best option in terms of providing clarity or legibility of what we put back. I think if you try and water blast in sections, you'll have ghosting or you will create confusion for the public. Yeah.
Okay. So when you include item 43, the 370,000, plus the obligation in 45, the 54,000, versus the total project cost listed in 46, what percentage do the Hamilton City Council and its ratepayers fund the Ward Street Innovation Street project as a percentage of the overall project?
I don't think I can work that out in my head, to be honest, Councillor, but I can provide you that information offline. That's okay?
Would it be closer to 50%?
No, the majority would still have been paid. Like the 500 odd thousand was at 90% from NZTA. It won't be down to 50%, but it will be somewhere in between. I'll just have to calculate that.
I may be totally wrong. Maths was never my forte, but I roughly work it out at $424,000 is what council paid.
Look, yeah, that might be right, but let's not.
Okay.
Let's not ask staff to commit to something when they haven't done the work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, I thought suddenly I had another question. Yeah, motion?
Oh. Yeah, I'm just, there are no other further questions. All right,
Great.
so let's move to the motion and the amendment. So thank you, staff. Thanks, Jason Martin, for presenting.
Hang on, please. Hang on, please, Madam Chair. Hang on. I have some questions.
Yeah, I couldn't see your video or your hand, so go ahead.
I can't hear you.
I said I couldn't see your video or your hand.
Can you hear me?
Oh my God. We can't hear, you can't hear us.
Can I be heard?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear
Yes.
you.
They're on big screen.
Take the headphones off.
We can hear you. I'll tell her.
Just use the device.
I can't hear you though.
I
See if I can hear in my headphones.
just sent her a response.
No, you won't be able to, oh, she can't hear us, there's no point in, can you have? I'm messaging. Okay, yes, Amy's messaging her.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can
Yes.
hear you.
Hello?
Oh my God.
Oh, okay, right.
Can
I'm
you-
on now then. Can I ask a few questions if I might, please?
Yes.
She wants to hear the answers, so.
Can hardly hear you, I have to say.
Well, I can't do anything about that. Yes, ask your questions. Can you say?
Okay, thank you. Just let me get my Zoom back working again. I've got a couple of questions. Please sing out if you can't hear me because I can barely hear you. First of all, when will we have a direct conversation with NZTA? They're not with us today, are they? Which is disappointing. When are they going to come and talk about what the highlights, the learnings, the advantages, the disadvantages of these approaches are, so that we can kind of all learn together in that space?
Big and loud.
Try it.
So hopefully you can hear me through the chat. Like this, that that is exactly what we'll do during the workshop. So I will, as part of the workshop with elected members and the learnings, I think it would be a good opportunity for Waka Kotahi to also bring their learnings and to that workshop, which I believe is underway at the moment also.
Okay, and we'd also hear from, because like I feel feel the same as Ryan about the people who wrote the report not being available for us to really question. And so they'll be at that workshop also, is that the case?
Yes, if that, yes.
Yes, cool. Also, just in terms of this next step to extend the trial or to do this interim measure, which have we been to all of those businesses that we had a meeting with at PricewaterhouseCoopers who had significant concerns? Have they, each and every one, been involved also in the further consideration of what comes next?
Through the Chair, Mayor Paula, we have actually held drop-in sessions. Not all attendees at that meeting have come to the drop-in sessions. So that's something, following the decision from here, we would look to go back out on the street and be communicating with each of those businesses directly, face to face.
Before the interim measure gets put down?
Yeah, before it physically gets put down, yes.
Right, so are we going to talk to them face to face about a decision, or are we going to talk to them face to face about what they would like to see as the outcome? I'm not sure.
The opportunity for them to look at what the outcome would be was through the drop-in sessions last Tuesday and Thursday. From today, so at those drop-in sessions, we had people from PwC, Craig's, Hamilton Tyres, Kid Republic come to mind, someone from Wintec, some of the smaller operators, the retailers didn't come. However, we would look to communicate with everyone going forward before we put down anything else, to let them know quite clearly what is going down and timings around that.
Okay. So what feedback did we get from those businesses that you just named there in terms of the options that are before us, C to F?
Yeah.
What was their view on that? What was their preference?
It was mixed. There was some who liked E and F. I don't know if you heard me at the start of my intro, Mayor Paula. Since I've received some information regarding the safety audit that was done independently, I would be uncomfortable with proceeding with either option E or F. There were those who said if something had to stay, C or D would be better. And it's still on the cards that we do C and D. I did tell people that the opportunity to look at going back to pre-trial was discussed at the extraordinary council meeting in July, and the decision going forward was that we would keep elements of the trial.
Okay. So in terms of, just so I make sure I did hear clearly from a conference, there's been noise around me, it's 300,000 to put the street back to how it was before Innovating Streets, and it's $500,000 to put the interim measure in, right?
In terms of what's on the board, they're around the same, 300,000 for either going back to what the motion is proposing or what the amendment is.
Okay. Just can I also ask, in terms of the future, and I'm sure councillors have all seen the proposal from a local developer to do things alongside this development, are we having those conversations about how we could dovetail into the timing of a development and get a really good permanent outcome by working alongside them? Is that conversation being had, or when would it be had?
I haven't had any conversations to date, but as part of the permanent design work, which is separate from what we're doing here today, today's just focused on the interim, but then when we go into the detailed design work for the permanent design, yes, we would be wanting to be talking to developers in that area to be able to make sure there's a sympathetic design that they have with the roading network, but also the timing of delivering that work.
Thank you. I'm nearly done, Madam Chair. Just a couple more. Please indulge me. Just In terms of the interim project, how long is interim? 2 to 3 years, 4 years? What's interim mean?
Yeah, I've based it on 2 to 3 years. The one thing that I've been wanting to try and do, understanding the Tuapapa development that's proposed on Ward Street, tying that in. So once that development is done, then we would follow in behind and deliver the permanent works. So I suppose there is a risk that if that development is delayed, then the interim could be in there longer than 2 to 3 years.
Could be longer. Okay, thank you. And just one more question then. In terms of the intersection at the Tristram end, I know that it's in a plan for further out. Is there any way that could be brought closer in so that the whole project with the intersections at either end could be done in a sustainable long-term way? Oh, and I have one other question too, sorry.
So you're asking when the permanent design is implemented, could the intersections be done at the same time?
So I mean, I'm thinking we want to do something that's got really good outcomes this time.
Yeah.
And so if we could get the intersections dealt with at the same time, surely we're going to get the sort of better outcomes that the project could have developed in the first place. I'm wondering if those intersections could come further forward.
So the plan is to
Because
do...
that intersection at Tristram, Girls High, had concerns about, right?
Yeah, so as part of the permanent design and the rollout of that on the street, the Ward Street and the adjoining intersections will all be done at the same time. The interim design, what we're talking about today, there may be some minor changes, but it will primarily be what's currently there would remain in place, other than going back to 2 lanes on the approaches.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I wrote to NZTA some time ago when we were getting this really mixed reaction to the project, and I also wrote to them at the end of the project. I'm wondering if an action can be out of this meeting to write once more and ask them for the feedback that we were hoping to get. I know they're coming to a meeting, but I would like to know what the significant learnings from them have, what they've learned that we must avoid going forward, and what they've learned works, because otherwise I'm just concerned that we'll do something else that's either suboptimal and anyway, it disappoints everyone then. And I feel really badly for the community that's been involved in this, because there doesn't seem to be anyone.
We're getting into debate here.
Community that's totally happy with it.
We're getting, that wasn't a question. So that could be, so you want a formal writing to NZTA. So we can do that as an action in the meantime, and then line them up with the report writers to present at the workshop. Okay, so look, everyone, that's an hour and a half of questions. Let's get to the motion and the amendment. Let's get to the decision. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Martin. Now, we've got the Deputy Mayor's motion, and that's been seconded by Rob, and we've got the amendment. In 5 or less words, Deputy Mayor, can you just to make sure we know what your outcome you're seeking?
Absolutely, thanks,
Thank you.
Chair. It's in 5 or less words. It is to restore Ward Street to close to its former state, apart from a pedestrian crossing and a 30k speed limit.
Great, thank you so much.
Point of order, that was 18 words.
And Councillor Ewins, your outcome?
Is to maintain the current situation while providing some safety improvement with the lane, waiting for the final development in Ward Street in a couple of years' time.
Wonderful. Thank you to both of you for that. All right, so we're going to take obviously we'll vote on the amendment, but if we can speak on both the motion and the amendment at the same time, that would be much appreciated. So, Deputy Mayor, you're the mover of the motion. I'll come to you first.
Thank you very much, Chair. My motion is that Ward Street's restored to its former state, apart from the pedestrian crossing, which has worked well, I think, in some location, and a 30k speed limit. Until we're in a position to design and produce a decent, well thought out upgrade in 2 to 3 years along with Tuapapa. when that's constructed. I acknowledge the trial was over a short period, and I acknowledge it was held over winter, yet all the same, great stock was placed on the importance of the data at the July 12 meeting, where I argued unsuccessfully that Ward Street be restored to its former state. Let us be data-led, I was told. Well, the data is in, and it shows cyclists haven't been using Ward Street any more than they were before. There's around 60. This number was left off the report by MR Cagney. I don't quite know why. Maybe it was embarrassing to them. But pedestrians haven't been common either. Less than half the number of pedestrians used the street over a 72-hour period during the trial than those who used it before. Granted, it was winter, and the first figure was done in the summer. But it's hardly a stunning result, I think. So if we're going to listen to the data, if we're going to be led by the data, then the conclusion is we don't need a cycle lane on Ward Street, not in its current form anyway. I think there's a bit of a tendency for cycle advocates to portray anyone who questions a cycle lane as out of touch or car obsessed or as an enemy of people enjoying the street. Rubbish. I want great public spaces. In the central city, I see huge potential along Victoria Street for slowing and greening that and engaging with the river. That's what I get up in the morning for. I see similar things along the West Town Belt, particularly once we've got rid of heritage founders. So in terms of new suburbs and streets, by all means, let's design them for all modes, just as we are for Peacock. I think the failure of this trial was that it was a clumsy retrofit. It wasn't adding to the network in a constructive way. It seemed more intent on making a point. Goodbye parking, move over motorists, here come the cyclists. Matt Stark put it well recently. He said there's a lot of hate at the moment going on for cars, yet most of us are still using them. I note 9 cars in the elected members' car park below alongside my electric motorbike. And the trial also ignored business needs. I referred to the fact that only 1 question out of 17 touched on business, and even then it was a closed question. It was all about proving that taking away car parks is neutral or positive. It wasn't open to anything else. And given my understanding of the cost of this from Councillor Wilson's questioning, I want us to restore this for as little money as possible, and my motion achieves that. And once we've waited, by all means, let's do a full upgrade of Ward Street. Let's do a wonderful job, and let's do it once, and let's do it right. Let's create a shared zone that looks a bit like Alexandra Street is hopefully going to look. And unlike innovating streets, let's approve the design before it goes ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This experience has been challenging. I don't think anybody reflecting on it would have said it was our finest hour. I can't help but want to argue the point that we didn't have total control, that we were participating with other partners. I feel it would be fair to say we were somewhat lured into this by the assertion that 90% of the funding was going to be covered by the Transport Agency. We have learnt today that in fact that is not the case. We've ended up spending, at least making a contribution of 45-odd%, which is, in my opinion, slightly disappointing. But what I would say, and the matter which is in front of us, is we have a motion and we have an amendment. The quantums to enable either are identical. The one thing that one always needs to try to gain from any lesson is the positives. And the amendment, in my opinion, enables us to implement some immediate learnings and celebrate some success, and that is the pedestrian crossing. I would suggest the reduction of speed at 30 is a positive, and I would suggest, albeit one could say on reflection of the data we haven't increased the number of cyclists, you could put forward an argument that we've made it slightly safer for them to cycle. And we have sent a clear message that roads are, by their very nature, shared. They are no longer simply for cars, they are to be shared. And as such, I feel it would be a mistake to flush away any of the learnings and immediately put ourselves back for the sake of the fact that we found this all very uncomfortable. What my amendment does is it tries to find, and you're all going to smile because it's my favourite term, it finds a balance between what we know we wanted to achieve and some easy, low-hanging fruit. And so I suggest that's the most appropriate holding point for the next couple of years until Ward Street is redone post the construction.
Thank you. I'll go to Mayor Southgate on Zoom and then Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Madam. I'll put myself on there. Thank you, Madam Chair. This has in fact been a really difficult project, but I do want to say straight up and very genuinely a vote of thanks to the staff because this project has delivered some very mixed reactions and some very unpleasant reactions and some force from the community. And the staff have been caught between a rock and a hard place with no one being absolutely delighted at the success of the project, but more airing their frustrations on our staff. However, I don't feel inclined, despite what Councillor Wilson says about the cost being the same, I don't feel inclined at this point to invest any further money into Ward Street until I have the confidence that the outcomes will be that much better than they were the first time round. Yes, streets must be shared. I really want that, and that's why I've called for us to take an integrated look at transport in our CBD, which includes all modes: walking, cycling, scooting, including parking, including electric vehicles, including shared car fleets, including bus transport. Because until we start thinking about the whole system of the CBD, retrofitting is going to remain hard. So I'm really excited about that piece of work that you, Madam Chair, are going to lead, and I'm really grateful for it. I just can't commit any further RAPAM money to this one, but I will wholeheartedly embrace other cycling projects that are delivering amazing outcomes across the city. Munga ET, off-road all the way, great. All of those things get a big tick, tick, tick from me because we've shown that they lead success, and that's what I want to do. Unfortunately, whether we like it or not, and no disrespect to anyone involved or anyone's passions here, but this has left a bit of a black mark on future projects for us. Now, when we went to talk to people at Crosby Road, and I understand the project's doing much better now, people were concerned that they were going to be another Ward Street, and we've got to get over that. I really want to see cycling in our city, but I want to see the best quality of cycling. I think we've got a very good advantage if we work hand-in-hand with developers. And I'm afraid I will say that just going, having drop-in sessions and expecting businesses to come to you, we already learned that doesn't work very well. We've actually got to go and sit alongside people. And as part of that, I do believe community design is a good aspect, but we are not transport planners. We are not transport engineers, neither are the public. So we need to find a way of bringing all of that knowledge to one place at one time. And look, you know, I'm just taking into consideration that this is a mixed project that will continue to be sore point for the community until we get it 100% right. I'm just not sure, with not having heard from consultants, with not having heard from NZTA, without having all the data in front of me, that I can get there yet. But I'm hoping in that next workshop, you know, my enthusiasm for this project will be relit. Thank you.
Thank you.
On understanding orders, I believe the Speaker, the Mayor, is required to state whether they support the amendment or the motion or neither. It's unclear because she just said she doesn't want to spend any money,
okay.
and both require spending money.
Is that understanding orders?
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Okay.
I did speak to, I'm voting on the motion.
So you're supporting the motion? Okay, thank you. Okay.
I'm supporting the motion,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Yes, for the avoidance of any doubt, I am supporting the motion.
Right.
Look, innovation is about experimenting, and that's exactly what Innovating Streets, the whole idea was about, was to try and do something that we've never done before. And of course, it was very well funded by central government. Let's remember that it was taxpayers' money that actually funded that, rather than ratepayers in this instance. So look, I also want to thank and congratulate the staff, because they did exactly what they were asked to do, and that's to deliver something that we haven't had before. But the feedback I've had from stakeholders is that the motion is the most preferred outcome. We'll still get reduced speed. We will still allow for that pedestrian crossing somewhere where it's most in the street where it's most desirable to have. What we've essentially done is dropped the cycle lanes. And look, when you think about it, dropping cycle lanes in for, I don't know, 200 metres, 250 metres with absolutely no connectivity means that we're not going to get a whole row of cyclists commuting in the morning and leaving at night, because they'll do that 250 metres and have absolutely nowhere to go. So I believe that the motion will allow us basically to go back to the drawing board over the next 2 to 3 years, look at some of the options, and look, I see some strong merit in Bryce Street being our favoured cycle route. Physically, it looks better. There's more road there and footpath that we could build and retrofit cycle lanes on. But, you know, we need engineers to tell us whether that's feasible. It also provides for a left-hand turn onto the Claudelands Bridge. It also provides potentially access up the railway line, which is on that side of and not available through Ward Street. I'm not sure whether we got the right answer to Councillor Wilson's questions about the excess spending, but when I read page 53, 270,000, which we only received 51% funding on, was to upgrade Ward Street, Anglesey Street intersection and the Ward Street, Tristram Street intersection, which my reading suggests that was not part of Innovating Streets. So in order to roll out the Innovating Streets, we had to do work on those two intersections, for which we, and it's all set out in that table, we received 51% funding for. So I'm not sure whether there was a significant overspend in terms of what Waka Kotahi promised us in terms of the 90% funding for the Innovation Streets project, which was, I suppose, aligned just into that Ward Street area. So colleagues, I'm hoping that the motion will give us the opportunity to move forward, to allow us to go back long term to the stakeholders and get a desirable outcome for that street. And look, there were one of the businesses there where I received a very detailed and balanced critique of what we did, what we could have done, and what we could have done that would have been better for that outcome. So there is interest in that street to make it better a second time around. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, I think looking at the 90-minute question session proves Chris Allen's regular assertion that we have 175,000 traffic engineers in this city, and most of them around this table. Look, I wrote down this before the others said, I want to thank Jason and Martin and the other staff for their work. They've come under enormous and often unfair pressure and criticism from some elements not all, from some elements of the business lobby. Others have been positive. As Eva-Lisa said earlier in the meeting, change is hard, and that's what that demonstrates. Look, Ward Street, that part of Ward Street, has looked and felt like a dog for many years. In fact, I think the Chair had a photo of it in her report of Ward Street in the 1920s, and it still looks much the same. And until we've started making some changes, we want it to start looking like something in the 2020s, 100 years newer than it used to be. It is the link between our premier cycle and walk route, the Western Rail Trail, and the CBD. Many around the table, and our LTP from 2 LTPs ago, in fact, have been calling for that to be upgraded to be part of the cycle route for 4 years. People are talking about adding another 3 years onto that now. And what's that 7 years going to stretch to by the time we finish another round of arguments about the design? Let's do it. And let's tweak it as we go, and let's add in the developments along the side. Climate change and modern city design and placemaking should mean that we're taking all opportunities to make our streets places where we like living, not just where we like driving, which is the problem at the moment with our streets. By putting Ward Street back to the way it was, with a zebra crossing in the middle of it, is a retrograde step. It's backward thinking. The Mayor, her speech was inconsistent, and I say that advisedly. She said she wouldn't support spending any more money on it, yet she said she's going to vote for the motion, which is costing another $300,000 approximately, exactly the same as the amendment. So that's an inconsistent argument, Paula, I'm afraid there. Having said all of this, I do think there's been some messy things about it. I would have liked to have seen Waka Kotahi here listening to these questions. They may have learned something, because they need to come into the real world. When they're offering inducements, they need to know the sorts of effects those have. And I don't think they've learnt that, because I'm reading similar stories from other places around the country, Marlborough, Auckland, Christchurch, Wellington, obviously. So I think we need to make sure that we don't take all offers as though they're things that we can't turn down in future. I think that's the lesson that I would learn out of this. Look, I support the amendment, because it is moving forward. It's improving some of the aspects there. I think it's the best we're going to get out of it. I do not want to see us going backwards and removing cycleways, for instance, that we've put in there. And anyone that is supporting cycleways ought to think about that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll go Councillor Thompson and then Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, just to address some of the numbers, I had another look at the table, got out my calculator. Essentially, the 370,000 is for the going towards interim and permanent design aspects. So it's not really part of the trial, and it does say that in here. But even if you take that into account, and you look at our 49% share of that 370,000, it comes to a 21.3% share. So there we are. More than 10, but not 40. Anyway, I digress. In terms of the data that has come from this, we have seen an increased perception of safety from people walking and cycling the street. And we've seen a real improvement in safety in terms of lower speeds, a measurable improvement. So actually we can say that there have been some successful aspects of this trial, even if other goals have been inconclusive or not met. I think it's really important also to take a broader, bigger picture look at this. And actually Rob pretty much nailed it on the head. We need connectivity. And I think we risk setting ourselves up to fail in terms of setting expectations if we go, we're going to add a few hundred metres to our cycleway network, or put in one piece of improvement and suddenly expect a big uptick in cycling. I want to use the example of Christchurch City Council, because I visited them recently, and they created a whole network plan for their city, just like we've been trying to do here. they figured out that for every $1 spent, they are going to get an $8 return in terms of the benefits that this whole network will bring. But what they emphasised is that when you take a single route in isolation, actually it doesn't come up with that particular return. And if you assessed every route in isolation, then you may never invest in a cycleway because by itself it doesn't get those benefits. And that's where we have to not fall into the trap of going, oh, we put in a bit of investment and we haven't seen a big upsurge in cycling, let's stop. We have to keep grounding ourselves and going back to the bigger picture of the whole network. When we have a connected network, even if it is just Eastern Pathways connected, we will get those benefits. And we have to retrofit. We cannot say, oh, let's have an amazing suburb out here in Peacock or Rotakoti, but good luck getting anywhere from where you live because there's no way to actually get into the centre of town or anywhere else. Our best opportunities in some ways are where we have to retrofit because it's close to stuff where places where people want to go. So I think we have to take a bigger picture here, and that is why I'll be supporting the retention of the cycleways and supporting the amendment.
Councillor Gallagher was just about to move an extension of time, as was I. No. Councillor Naidi-Rolfe. Oh, sorry, no, sorry, I promised Councillor from the Northern Hemisphere. Councillor Hamilton, you're next. Then I'll come to you, Kesh.
Thanks. Yeah, I've come to realise lately one of my superpowers is the power of criticism. I'm really good at pointing out that everyone could have done it better. So I'm just working out how to use that in appropriate circumstances. I think the biggest thing in terms of positives from this is that we talked on organisational learnings. I think there's been a huge amount of what not to do's in this situation. I think there's learnings for SLT, for staff, for when they should bring things to elected members, for a sign-off. I know elected members didn't sign off the design, and this may potentially saved us or prevented a lot of this, and or even signing off on the principles that we see in this report, sort of for the first time today for myself. So I'm really interested in looking at that, and not just relating to Innovating Streets, but everything else we do in council, whether it's Crosby Road, and even of course our district plan rollout. And I'm really excited about this idea of citizen panels. One of the things we talk about often in council language is this thing called stakeholders, and we're always often lobbied by these groups, whether they be pro cycling or pro environment or pro taxpayer union, wherever they come from. But we seem to miss the just the mums and dads that might drive through or walk through or bike through an environment, and they're not considered stakeholders. And I think the thermometer for a lot of that is social media. And whilst we have to take that sometimes carefully, we haven't figured out a way to encapsulate that in these processes. And I think we really need to in terms of the common sense test, because if you looked at social media and the feedback that I personally had as an elected member, there was no way that I could say that this was something that we had pride in our city. It was hugely split. And that brings me to this data that we waited on, and we've got this report presented today by staff, and I suggest to staff this is another learning. If you've got a consultant's report in a document, bring the authors of that report to the meeting so they can defend or explain the rationale that they've used, why they've used it, and all the statisticians that we are, that we're not. Because I think that was another miss today, where we had basically we were ghosted by the authors of that, and it becomes difficult to say yes, we're making an informed decision when we're challenging the very data that we're making that decision on. It's nonsensical to me. The other thing regarding co-design can be a beautiful thing, but it can also be trying to design a horse and turning it into a three-legged donkey, which I think this is perpetuated for Innovating Streets. So I think we need to look at co-design, how we do that meaningfully. And the other thing is regarding this situation, and I appreciate those for the amendment are really trying to harness the good, but I think we can actually take a breath, get a fresh sheet of paper, pull those learnings together and do this really well with a little bit more connectivity in terms of cycling, more integration with Girls High and potential Barnes Crossing, and more integration with the Tuapapa development, rather than try and railroad this sort of half-baked mutton dressed up as lamb process through. And then I think we can truly achieve something that, yes, it might take a little bit longer. Yes, it's probably going to cost us a little bit more money. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we can each go around the table and go, we've each had an imprint on that. The community's well reflected in the outcomes, and it doesn't look like fizzle.
Councillor Naidu-Rolfe.
Thank you. I'm going to try to stick to just the facts that I have in front of me. So in terms of approving an interim change to Ward Street, I think that there's a lack of good data, just like what Ryan has just spoken about. I think there's flaws in terms of the way we've gathered the sample size. So that's just black and white, lack of good data. I would have been really interested to see those business figures, because we've heard the businesses saying they lost X amount of dollars based on previous years. To have that in front of us, I think, would have actually made a big difference. In terms of the car parking, which was one of the major sticking points, so we've got 18 now. The amendment would see it go to 15. The motion sees it going to 40. Both of them would have, both the amendment and the motion has the 30K speed limit. In my opinion, I think that, I'm not a cyclist, but in my opinion, I think that 30K would be fairly safe to use the road as a shared space. So I don't feel that we need a cycle lane on that street for now, per se, because the speed limit will already be reduced to 30 k's an hour. So for me, it doesn't become an argument about pro or anti-cycling. It's just plain fact that the businesses have suffered. They needed more car parking. We can't go to less car parking. We don't have the good data to back it. We haven't actually spoken to lots of people about these two options. So there's a high chance we'll get kickback from it anyway. So I'll be supporting the motion, because I think we need to go back, gather our thoughts, and do it better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Osten.
Thank you. Oh boy, this is getting long, isn't it? And, you know, I hopefully won't hold you up too much, but I've heard a lot today about change and how hard it is. And look, no other project demonstrates that more than this one. It's really easy sometimes to focus on particular users like cyclists and use them as a target. And hopefully we can look beyond that, though, because what this project has done is acknowledge that there's more features that need to be considered around that, and certainly that slower safety, traffic speed, the pedestrian crossing, which offers and when I saw in the report all of the crossing points that were happening at that pedestrian crossing, that it now allows for that real safe crossing. The Go bike light at Anglesey Street, that's another awesome little feature for us to have added to it. And the removal, the proposed removal of the left-hand slip lane from Ward to Tristram. And I believe all of these options, perhaps not Deputy Mayor's option is a real positive for us to be thinking about. And when we think about the Road to Zero conversation that we've been having earlier in today, as Councillor Sarah has reminded me, all of those are a great way to ensure that our city is safe, not just for our car drivers, our pedestrians, our cyclists, for our school children, and that's, you know, all of us and any impaired or disabled Hamiltonians as well. It does give us a chance to reimagine how our streets might be used, and for all of us, as Simon from Go Eco submitted today, and that's despite some of the flaws that we already discussed and know about, and that we've seen and talked about today. Look, I agree that it's going to be really hard to pick up the next project and try to do that. So a debrief is really critical, and that needs to look at everyone and everything that's been that's contributed to where we've got to today. I accompanied Councillor Sarah and Councillor Martin to Christchurch on a visit, and we heard about their successes and some of their failures, and the message I took away from Christchurch, sadly, really for me, was that change is really hard, and that every project has its own challenges, but that's not a good enough reason to not do them and to not take up these opportunities when we've got them. So thank you. I'll be voting in favour of the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. I'll try and be as concise because I gave a somewhat long-winded view at the very helpful briefing. But in summary, Councillor Wilson is right. This is all about balance. Councillor McPherson is right when he thanked the staff team when he kept the flag flying for the cyclists in the area and the cycle path. Councillor Sarah is right when she says Christchurch, I think, is a very good role model for us as a city. This is not straightforward. It hasn't been quickly going to A to B, but it has involved vision and foresight. I have a real worry that the motion is basically holding the white flag and going to send a signal that basically for the next 3-4 years it's all over. And we can have pretty words, you know, about reanalysing, but that's my view, and I'm not detracting from the sincerity of those who, of course, will be supporting the motion, but I'll be quite sad. In terms of the multi-stakeholders of Ward Street, that is people like myself as a pedestrian and others who use Ward Street, I think this is, at this point, a compromise. And personally, I'd be very sad, with the exception of a pedestrian crossing, if we rip the whole thing up. I think that would be, in my view, a backward step. So I'll be supporting the amendment because, as Councillor Wilson eloquently said, I do think it's all about balance.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Chair. Angela, you challenged someone earlier on to do it in 5 words or less, and I will. Please make it stop. I've been pretty quiet on this trial, trying to be the best governor I possibly can. I mean, I know everyone's had their feelings, everyone's been pushed and nudged and cajoled and has had their say on the thing, and I've been trying to hover at a governance level, watching this thing so I can see where the goods and bads are. You know, I will nya a wee bit. I actually argued against Ward Street in the very, very first place because it wasn't one of the streets I thought was the most sensible one to do it, and simply because it was between Anglesey and Tristram, and I thought that would be just too hard to get that connectivity. So I'll leave that there. But what I have learned out of this, because I've been trying to find out what the learnings are, I have learned, just as orange is the new black, that Ward Street is the new Garden Place politically. I've learned that orange is the wrong colour for a street. I haven't learned what the climate impact of the climate change impact we had was. I haven't learned what the client numbers were. I haven't learned from all the people who wouldn't go near Ward Street. I tried to find that out, but there's no data on that. I haven't really got a firm idea on what it costs, but I know we have gone over our 10%. I question the fact that the data in there that says, yes, look at this, it was successful in reducing heavy vehicle numbers. It also was at the same time that the regional council finished construction as well. So of course the trucks are going to go away. But pain is a great motivator, and this has created a lot of pain. A lot of pain. Staff have got sick, staff have been in tears, staff have left over this, and I am really, really, really imploring that we learn from this and don't make some of these mistakes again. It's taught us what not to do, and that's a good thing. That is a good thing. It's a fine line between the motion and the amendment. I will be supporting the amendment simply because it's a real simple fact for me, owing to the fact that we are now designing the street by committee, is that while it does reduce speed, as Kesh says, that's not quite enough when you've got a street full of angle parks. Now, angle parks are the enemy of cyclists, and if there were no angle parks in the new design, I would potentially be supporting the motion. But in this case, a cycle lane with no angle parks is a better deal for cyclists, and that's who I'm standing for in this particular argument. So cyclists do get a better deal out of this, and there is connectivity, as Sarah talked about before and been banging on for ages. It does bring connectivity. It's an ugly small step. You know what? It would have been a lot easier just to put hit sticks in the first place, rather than go through all this. So please, in 5 words or less, please make it stop. Thank you. Finished.
It's only 4.
When we were in lockdown, Councillor Mark talked about, for suggestions for a trial, Councillor Mark talked about Boundary Road. The Mayor talked about Alexander Street in Worley. Sarah talked about Cyclivia, Hamilton East, Frankton. Dave talked about Alexander Street to Union Square. Margaret talked about the Victoria Bridge, Hamilton East, School Link and pop-up bike racks. Deputy Mayor talked about a green loop and river paths in the Unilink. And Maxine talked about Grey Street, Victoria Street. How we landed on this, I don't know, because we had so many ideas bubbling away. I just thought I'd share that looking back. Look, I'm not an engineer, and I have never professed to be an engineer. I do rely on the experts to guide our decision making and to give me the information that I need to make the right decisions. I'm going to focus just a little bit on a couple of the interesting things from the report that I picked up, especially for the disability community. And while those of us who represent, I guess, the average person in society didn't like the colour of this pot or that seat, it was done through Creative Waikato in consultation with the disability sector. And I want to draw our attention to the New Zealand Disability Strategy. I think on too many decisions we make in isolation of our own strategies, and our own disability policy says that disability is an outcome and a process which happens when one group of people create barriers by designing a world just for them. So we didn't take that into account. And I read Jeremy's from Creative Waikato's submission to our extraordinary council meeting, and the colours again that we so quickly, not we, I'm just saying globally, that were criticised were developed, as I said, with consultation for them, for blind and low vision communities. And we didn't take that into our consideration when we were being critical. And I know that we're not saying that people living with disability are not important, because they're a quarter of our population, which means there are around 42,000 Hamiltonians that live with some form of disability. There are also countless volunteer hours that were put into these projects and some of those events that seem to be quite successful. And I support Councillor Dave in his opening debate about thanking staff. For me, I think too often we don't check our statements when we are criticising a process or a project. That staff are always at the heart of that. And I know that we don't mean to as governors, but they do work very hard to implement the decisions that we make around the table. So I think going forward, lots of learnings, sure, but let's be innovative about things when they go wrong as well as when they go right. I know that we can be better than that and we can be stronger than that, and we won't ignore the communities and the majority of voices that we're not hearing from, like the disability community, who got a lot out of trials like this. Deputy Mayor, your right of reply.
Look, everybody's argued very constructively and they've all got great points of view, so no right of reply, thanks.
Lovely, thank you. All right, so let's put that, let's do that electronically. So those on Zoom, if you can use your yes, no buttons, please, and we will vote now. And we were voting yes on the Wilson O'Leary amendment. Oh.
The amendment is carried at 7-4, noting that Councillor Hamilton voted against by audio-visual.
He's going, no deal. Yeah, well, they're on Zoom, so... Oh, I think the Mayor's gone.
The Mayor's left.
So Councillor was a no deal, yeah. Councillor Hamilton, sorry. Okay, so...
So Councillor Hamilton was dissenting and Mayor Paula has left the meeting.
Oh, okay. So that's obviously left. So that's amendment's been carried. Let's put that as a substantive motion. We'll do that electronically again, please. So now we're voting for the amendment, which is the substantive motion. Stop it, you two.
The motion is carried. 8-3, noting that Councillor Hamilton voted for via audio-visual link.
Great. Okay, thanks everyone. Now, we're going to stop for lunch till, what are we, 45 minutes? 20...
Just before you do you think we should be putting our pizza?
Yes, I think probably we should. Now, you will see on here that C3, which is a PX, oh, actually we'll go into PX now, it might be easier, is a PX item, but only, which we will deal with later, is that right? But there's the people that need to come and speak to this have to speak to us before 3 o'clock, so it'll kind of be a quick, so thank you, Councillor Wilson's. I'll second that we move into PX after lunch. All those in favour? Are there any against? That's carried. Thanks, everyone. So what do we have to do legally? 20 to 2. 20 to 3. Yeah, that's enough time for them, eh? 20 to 3 back. Thank you.